cannot be easy for our joint projects. All planned conferences were held online. Despite the pandemic, we have fully accomplished all of the goals of the project. And based on results of our project, now we are preparing another very important cooperation project with Korean University. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Academy of Korean Studies for supporting us project and the Hamburg University Foreign Studies for interesting cooperation. The project aimed to support Korean studies in Georgia at Ilia State University and vice versa, Georgian studies in Korea at Hamburg University of Foreign Studies. I'm glad to inform you that we have already prepared the Korean module and involved our BA programs for international relations. This module includes courses such as Korean language course, history of Korea and history of Korean civilization. Korean language courses especially popular among students. Additionally, we offer Korean language course for school pupils, and more than 2,000 students under the age of 18 have registered. And instead of planned 2 groups, we have opened 4 groups and many online classes, and others are on our waiting list. Another remarkable result of our joint project we can see already today. Our students from Korean classes A1 and A2 and B1 have prepared very interesting presentations with topics such as comparative history of Georgian and Korean alphabets, history of food and drinks, both countries, etc. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, I would like to thank you once again for Embassy, Georgian Embassy, Georgia in the Republic of Korea, and Utapetenishvili and Korean Embassy in Georgia. A special thanks go to Anastasia Bogiashvili and Siraj Mamina and Kantabulat, lecturer of Korean language here at Ilia State University. Kanta, thank you very much for your great job, because it's your these courses are so popular among students. I wish you a fruitful work at this conference and every success of future cooperation. Thank you once again, and now I would like to give the floor to
I am very honored to greet renowned scholars from both countries of Georgia and Korea. To begin with, I would like to thank the delegation from Korea for coming a long way to Tslis, Georgia. Since there's no direct route from Korea to Georgia yet, it takes a lot of time to come here. If I recall correctly, this should be the 3rd time that Hamburg University and the Ilia State University have exchanged such academic conference. I'm sure you all must have made great progress in understanding each other through these conferences. Last Saturday, an event called Quiz on Korea was held at the University of Ilia. Many students attended and had a heated competition, and the K-pop competition that followed was also very hot. I admired the passion of the students. The rector of Ilia University herself attended the event and gave welcome remarks. In addition, she named this week Korea Week. Furthermore, she is supposed to sign a MOU with Ilia University tomorrow on Korean Center establishment and double degree cooperation. As such, I believe that Ilia University will play a big role in academic exchange with Korea in the future. I am very thankful for dedication to the development of two countries. Lastly, I hope everyone is healthy and well, and I wish that all of you have a useful time during this conference. Dinimadova.
Express my personal appreciation to Professor Mino and all the staff of the Indian University who made this week possible and successful. Also my regards to my colleague in Tbilisi, the diplomatic mission of the Republic of Korea, and also the professors who are visiting and professors, Georgian professors who are making our event more fruitful. I think that this is, fully mentioned, that this is the third time that we are organizing this type of interaction between the academics of our two countries. But also this year is very important. This is the 30 years which we are marking the establishment of diplomatic relations between our countries. And this is some kind of, for me as an ambassador, one of the biggest investments what we have done between our countries, because we are investing in the young generations, we are opening the new bridges and new horizons. And I think that this is not only the academic exchanges, but this is the exchanges between the people, and which is very important part of it. And I think that Ilia plays a crucial role to bond our relations more stronger and to grow in the better way. And I think that this week gave us a very nice experience how, from the Georgian perspective, and how the young generation are interested in the Republic of Korea and the vice versa. I think we are already vividly witnessing how the relations are growing in daily basis. I'm hoping that next decade will be more fruitful and more interesting for both of our nations. And I'm, in the end, would like to use to congratulate all of you and wish you successes in this very important two-day conference. Thank you so much, and I will be here all day, I think, listening to this very interesting conference. Thank you.
So I would like to welcome everyone, the participants, attendees, and the presenters of the first session. Before we start this session, let me outline the format of the presentation. 15 minutes you are given the presenters for their presentation, and the last 5 minutes out of the 20 minutes we are given for the discussion, questions and answers. So the first presentation is so the first presentation is Professor Spas Rangelov, Hamburg University of Foreign Studies, and his presentation is titled Challenges of the Post-Colonial Governments of Korea and Georgia. This presentation examines the challenges and difficulties of the post-colonial governments of Korea and Georgia since independence, and explores the historical parallels of the governments of the newly liberated states. Professor Rangelov, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Take the floor.
Okay, my presentation. Hello, everybody. I'm very grateful to be here. I'm very glad to be part of this project between Ilia State University and Hamburg University of Foreign Studies. Okay. And the Academy of Korean Studies in Korea, in South Korea, which is an incubation project, the first project, and I'm sure it will be followed by much bigger, much longer, much more elaborate projects that are going to cover not only comparative studies between Korea and Georgia, but also will lead to the development of a very strong Korean studies program at Ilia National University, and possibly a Georgian studies program at some, hopefully at our university, but somewhere in Korea as well. So I do realize that this presentation of mine is just a very small seed in the beginning of a very long journey of the establishment and confirmation of Korean studies in Georgia, and also possibly Georgian studies in Korea. So I have outlined a small scope of issues connected with the challenges of the post-colonial governments of Korea and Georgia. So the part on Georgia is a very small part. I hope that in the future I could expand on it. But I'll outline some of the early challenges of the governments in Korea immediately after the colonial period, which is 1910, 1945, 35 years. It might seem short, but this was actually an intense 35 years in the 20th century of ruthless colonization of a free and proud people by one of their bigger neighbors. So I will start just by going through, I'll lead you through the text. Comparative studies between Georgia and Korea are a new academic field which is going to develop in the future. This paper is just a small prolegomena towards the historical comparative studies between Korea and Georgia. This conference and this project are the stimulus for the students in both Georgia and Korea, as well as across the world, who are to acquire the necessary expertise in the history of Korea, the history of Georgia, the theoretical foundations and frameworks of historical research, and importantly, the histories of the broader regions to which Georgia and Korea belong. I mean, Georgia and Korea are relatively small countries surrounded by other countries. In the case of Korea, 4 great powers in some respect: China, Russia, America, and Japan. And of course, Georgia also surrounded by countries that have imperial history, like the Persian Empire, the Russian Empire, the Ottoman Empire. From this point of view, it is clear that this paper let's do it from here. Yeah. It is clear that this paper will have many deficiencies, mainly because the author is not a specialist in all those fields and subfields. In this paper, I will try to review some of the facts and circumstances of the newly liberated post-colonial Korea in the first year after August 1945. I will concentrate on the challenges that the post-colonial government faced and will outline the possible paths of exploration in a future historical comparative study with Georgia. As far as the Georgian side is concerned, I will only mention briefly where the possible parallels and differences could be sought in the light of the information accessible in English regarding the respective periods of Georgian history. So the liberation of Korea came in August 1945. The liberation itself is August 15th. But that's an event that is nothing in Korea, nothing significant or revolutionary happened on the Korean Peninsula. This is the date of the surrender of Japan in the Second World War. Japanese rule on the Korean Peninsula had lasted for 35 years, full of frustrations and suffering for the Korean people who had to experience foreign imperialism in the 20th century. The date is actually the date Imperial Japan surrendered to the Allied forces and Emperor Hirohito announced the unconditional surrender over the radio. This was the first time his voice was heard publicly. The Korean people had fought tirelessly for its independence and sovereign nationhood using different means, and that had not gone unnoticed. In the Cairo Declaration, adopted on December 1st, 1943, at a summit conference among the leaders of the United States of America, Great Britain, and China, the future of an independent Korean state was envisaged. The aforesaid three great powers, mindful of the enslavement of the people of Korea, are determined that in due course Korea shall become free and independent. So this is from the conclusion of the summit. And as always, some small phrase in the English language becomes the catch. Recently, remember, highly likely and so on were ridiculed and so on. But for the Koreans, in due course meant immediately. Their expectations were very high. But the great powers, when they said in due course, they were, yeah, sometimes, we don't know when. So on the 15th of August, Koreans were very hopeful that their new state will be created almost immediately. The Allied forces had been approaching the Korean peninsula via two major routes. The Soviet military was approaching from the north, where the Soviet Union and Korea had a common border. This border exists today as well. There are about 16 kilometers of land border between the Russian Federation and North Korea. United States forces were preparing a landing on the Korean peninsula. So the Soviet Union declared war on August 9th. So if you remember when the atomic bombs were dropped over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, this is basically the same week, the same days. So the bombs had already been dropped, and it was becoming very clear that Japan is going to surrender very soon. That's when the Soviet Union declared war. It was already obvious that Japan was about to surrender after the nuclear bombings, and it invaded the territory of Korea. At about the same time, Soviet troops also invaded Manchuria. And that's why I think it's always good to look at events in a broader perspective, at least in the region. But we can't go in details, of course, here. Since it became clear that the Soviets will be in Korea first, the US and the USSR agreed on a random and artificial line along the 38th parallel of north latitude to be the line of demarcation between the two occupation zones that was supposed to be only temporary. This line, roughly along the 38th parallel, is a wound that is still there. All other divisions like Vietnam, Germany are now long forgotten. And Korea remains the only divided nation at a random line, just somebody on a map showed with their finger. We can't even imagine how it feels for Korean people to have this random line drawn somewhere and to stay for more than 70 years and divide the nation and create so many problems, including a bloody war and then including a fierce Cold War and so on. And the Cold War, we all think it finished. The Cold War is still going on the Korean Peninsula. It's not there. It's not finished there. The US forces arrived on the peninsula about a month after the Soviets. They were a little bit surprised that actually the Soviets kept the promise and the line, didn't occupy the whole peninsula. The landing of the US forces was at Incheon on September 8th. They proceeded to occupy Seoul and gradually occupied the southern half of the peninsula. Okay, I've missed this, the decision, how it is made, but you read it later. So the Soviets basically occupied everything north of the 38th parallel. Here is how... 5 minutes, okay. Yes. So here is how Lee Baek, or that's how his Korean name is pronounced, but Ki Baek Lee, sees the demarcation line. This artificial line of demarcation became the principal external factor that brought division and tragedy to the Korean people in the years ahead. Okay, the post-colonial government of the Korean Peninsula was established first with everybody was looking for people to establish a government that it suits them, including the Japanese. The Japanese were looking for people to put on some type of committee to create a government, and so on. So the Japanese, finally, a lot of people said no, but then suddenly a person called Yo Eun-hyung, who was highly respected and popular political figure with impeccable nationalist credentials, agreed, and he created the Committee for the Preparation of Korea Independence, CPKI. And then after that, very quickly, I have explained this, but you'll see it later, things escalated, so to speak, and they created something called Korean People's Republic. So it seems that when you're looking to create quickly an ad hoc state, People's Republic is always there. So the KPR. And they were predominantly leftist, but they also included right-leaning nationalists. So these people were more or less patriots who wanted to create a government of unity. But of course, a lot of them were left-leaning, because at that time, a lot of the population was left-leaning as well. The American occupation ultimately didn't trust this government of the Korean People's Republic, while in the north, I'll try to just outline it shortly here, they used these committees established by this Korean People's Republic, but of course most of the committees were dominated by communists, other leftists, and then right-wingers, and gradually in the north, the right-wingers were squeezed out, and the other leftists were squeezed out, and at the end they were dominated by the communists. But they were popular with the people because they introduced an effective land reform, and of course many peasants received land for them to own and work on. In the south, though, what happened was that the Americans created their own military government, United States military government of South Korea, and they didn't trust the KPR for a variety of reasons, but including that there were too many leftists and communists in the committees that they created. So what happened in the South was that they brought back some of the people who were in the service of the Japanese colonial rule, which was not popular with the people. This is just some tables from Iggy Beck. So this is a table showing how many of the new of the people in the new positions were actually in the colonial police as well. So you see Superintendent 1, and he was in the colonial police, 100%. Division chiefs. So you see that most of the people were actually in the colonial police, which was not we fought for. And that created some difficulties in the South. Another challenge was economics. This is a comparison of production in South Korea and North Korea in percentages as of 1945. Because of the geography, because the high mountains are in the north, a lot of the natural resources are in the north. Okay, I'll finish. Yeah. You see that actually North Korea had an advantage. Ultimately, South Korea managed to outdo North Korea, but after 3 years of bloody war. So Korea and Georgia are two countries that are quite distant geographically, culturally, but and their historical fates in the 20th and 21st century have also been different. However, both have experienced liberation and achieving independence during dramatic periods in world histories. Some of the challenges that the governments were quite similar, the post-colonial governments. Economically, in all three cases, there were hardships and difficulties connected to the collapse of a large empire, and with its established markets, trade routes, traditional industries. Economic hardships were usually accompanied by severe inflation, joblessness, large movements of people. Politically, in both countries, there was political polarization, a lot of leftist, rightist struggle. Despite the big differences, the similarities that could be found at the post-colonial challenges are important to be studied and researched in depth, since they reveal a lot about the commonalities of human condition in parallel post-colonial experiences. The historical comparative study of Korea and Georgia has a big potential, just as the comparative study of these two cultures and civilizations. And one of the main lessons is that if you embrace freedom, liberty, and capitalism, you finally succeed in the long run, even if sometimes it looks that if you choose the easiest communist planned economy way, you can be more successful in the short run. In the final, after all these years, we see that South Korea today and Georgia, after 30 years post-Soviet period, are much more successful and richer countries than they were in the communist periods. So I would say this.
Thank you very much,
yeah.
Professor Rangelov. It was very interesting. Now the audience, so we can kick off the discussion. Is everyone ready to give the question to Professor Rangelov? Then I have one question.
Okay.
You mentioned that South Korea was liberated in 1945 and Georgia is was liberated in early 90s. So what do you see, what kind of similarities are in making mistakes develop the country in the right direction?
Well, there are usually after a long colonial period, there are fractions, cliques that have their own ideas how the country should be developed. And they see huge stakes because it's new, fresh, and the way they see it is that there are no hindrances for their ways to be implemented. That definitely happened in Korea, that have a provisional government that was nationalist, very pro-American and also very right-wing and anti-communist. And there were also these committees, nationalist movement, but that was for equality, and because the land was possessed by big landholders and Japan, they see an opportunity for a fresh start in the redistribution of land. So ultimately there were many, and then suddenly there were just two forces, and in the case of Korea it materialized in two different states. And then they had a war, a civil war that was not only very bloody, but it included people from all over the world. There were the Soviets and the Chinese fighting on the side of North Korea, and the United Nations sent a corps of, I think, 18 different states, led by the United States, but there were people from many countries, including Greece, Turkey, Colombia in South America, of course, Western Europe, and so on. So this is division. And also in Georgia, there were different types, but there were clashes that were based on ideology, but in Georgia there were also clashes based on ethnic difference. And that was also stoked from outside, because the big empire wouldn't let go. The Japanese, they couldn't afford to not let go, but they were still on one of the sides, and that continued. And you can see it in the future development of South Korea and North Korea as well. So there are always these challenges. And it's after the Second World War in the case of Korea, and after the Cold War in the case of Georgia, but still huge, maybe the whole world again is in disarray. There are a lot of uncertainty. So that makes them very similar. And some of the events, although they might look a little bit different at the first sight, they actually can be shown to be similar in their origin, in their rationale. So I think, yes, of course, a lot of differences, but the differences make the research even more interesting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Is there any other question? Thank you very much, Professor.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be here at the conference, Korea and Georgia Historic Parallel. And in this paper that is named as Lessons Learned from the Democratization of Korea, I theoretically and empirically overview the process of democratization, and our previous speaker quite eloquently reviewed the historic moments, critical junctures in the case of Korea. Let me start with a brief discussion here, which is, about the theoretical premises that may explain the transition to democracy, and the most famous theory, the structural theory that was developed by Seymour Lipset, says that the economic development is very important part in order to move a political regime towards democracy, because it creates the middle class, and middle class obviously has the interest in order to develop the stable democracy. And economic development is defined as industrialization, urbanization, the accumulation of wealth and education, and thus creating the middle class. But this theory has also critics like Adam Przeworski, another political scientist, who says that, the democratization may emerge at any level of democratic development, and it's purely about the actor decisions, political elites, what they decide at the critical junctures of the period of transition towards democracy. Another structural theories, I would say, is about what kind of institutions political elites will develop in order to constrain their power, in order to represent unprivileged groups like minorities, ethnic minorities, and also the women and other groups, as well as what kind of governance systems they will introduce, like parliamentaries versus presidentialists, because it ensures the decomposition of power and also necessitates the post-election negotiations in order to represent all political parties. And obviously also parliamentary governance system encourages political system to have multiple parties in the political landscape. Now I move to another theoretical explanation which I mentioned. This is the actor-based argument that was developed by prominent political scientists Schmitter and O'Donnell. And they argue that there is a certain sequence in this process, starting from liberalization, democratization, and also transitional phase. So in terms of liberalization, we extend the political economic rights, and we introduce somehow in the political space non-governmental organizations, media, and also other irrelevant political actors. While in case of democratization, the key point is here the founding elections, the quality of elections, how these other non-elites are represented during this period, and finally, we need economic development, because to habituate and institutionalize the guarantees for equality and good living standards, as Lipset quoted, the more well-to-do a nation, the greater the chances that it will sustain democracy, right? Another strand of literature approach that it's about geopolitical factors, and the previous speaker also spoke about these geopolitical factors when mentioned China, Japan, and Russia. So we see that it really matters because it motivates and sometimes demotivates the domestic political elites to adopt certain progressive or regressive policies that obviously defines the regime trajectories as well. And in these terms, the openness of local actors are very important. So having said that, let me go to the how these theories unfolded in practice and in case of Korea, South Korea. And for me, South Korea was quite a new case because I am focused on the post-Soviet region, and particularly Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova, and other Southern Caucasus countries. Starting from 1979, we know that the militaries reinforced their political power and also received the US support because of this ideological division, and the international politics of the Cold War really played here the key role. And there was the president. At this point, the opposition was not united, and division of the opposition and civil society organizations always better for the ruling elites, and therefore the assassination of President Park Chung-hee, who was also military general, and then he was replaced by Major General again Chun Do-wan, assumed the presidency through intra-military overthrow. So what we see most critical period in case of South Korea's democratization is 1987, when there was the revolution, similar like that happened in 2004 in case of Georgia, in case of Rose Revolution. At this point, at this critical juncture, Korea adopted quite progressive constitutional amendments. There was the media freedom provided by ending restrictive media policies in 1988, and finally the elite fragmentation as well as cooperation between opposition and civil society organizations, also with other labor unions, youth organizations, really brought the change. Later on, we have another president, Kim Young-sam, who overwhelmingly won the majority, 92% of electors, voters voted in his favor, and his presidency was marked by dismissing representatives of dominant political groups, and it's very important that he also integrated underprivileged groups from the Honam region, and regionalism really played a role in case of South Korea during the pre-election campaigns and these divisions, and obviously that was quite a progressive decision. Also, he halted the powers of the national intelligence service groups that to protect the citizens from undue surveillance. But the problematic was a lack of deliberation and democratic decision making that's actually also weakened the power of the president within the political party, and therefore he lost the elections. But the critical moment was 1997, when there was a financial crisis due to the Thai baht crisis, and therefore this again economic development matters because it always defines the attitudes of the citizens, whether they believe or not the democratic forms of government. This financial crisis was also important because it made Korea dependent on International Monetary Fund and international financial institutions, because Korea get a loan of $57 billion and contingent on implementing economic reforms. And here actor explanations is very important, because all the presidents designed the, I would say, more inclusive political institutions to satisfy the citizens. And geopolitics matters because China always contested the identity of Korea because of their historic experience, because at some point they were together with Japan, against Japanese imperialism, and South Korea was a strategic ally of the United States, and the United States played a role in terms of economic, political, and military assistance, and that was an instrumental in protecting the sovereignty and integrity of South Korea. Also, obviously, these ideological divisions also manifested itself when the youngsters were radicalized, when they aligned with Jusapa, so-called North Korean ideological group, and also President Rota, who introduced the Nordpolitik, the foreign policy that aimed to appease the relations between Soviet Union and China, and even he started direct negotiations with North Korea. But in 1994, when the North Korea started to develop nuclear program, that obviously stopped this positive trend and put at odds all the reconciliation efforts. So what can we see also is that China started to compete with Korea, because Korea made a progressive, very important progressive steps in terms of economic development. And another point also which I want to mention regarding the elite fragmentation and voter distribution, if we look to the elections, general elections in the 15th general elections and 16th general elections, we see quite a plethora of different parties, starting from New Korea Party, National Congress for New Politics, United Liberal Democracy, United Democratic Party, and other political parties in Korea. Post-election coalition building was very important between political political parties in winning majority, but this also required the cooperation on the expense of their manifestos that they revealed before the elections. And this making concessions also a little bit frustrated the voters, but it was not, it was positive in a sense that ensured and contributed a regular power transfer through elections. Another part that I want to speak finally is the quality of democracy, and we see from the reputable organization Varieties of Democracy that measures across the countries the quality of democracy, that the in case of South Korea this dynamics is quite stable over the years in terms of liberal democracy, in terms of egalitarian democracy, and finally what I want to say as a conclusion is structural and actor factors really played both role in the case of democratization of Korea. Both economic development sustained the, at certain points, very important decisions made by political elites, and also important part was the inclusion of different parties and unprivileged groups that appeased the political space. Finally, to speak about the conclusions, what could we learn from this case as a country, as Georgia, which also goes the process of democratization, is that in certain cases we resemble the case of Korea because we also had military overthrow from the 90s. We have the colonial experience and imperialist powers who want to define our trajectories and our Western orientation, but we still are trying to be at least electoral democracy. And what I would learn from this case is that perhaps we need to replicate the policies in terms of economic performance and development and iterate these successful policies, which also involves, I believe, the equal redistribution of resources and moving to the political democracy towards welfare and equality. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Professor Zarina, thank you so much for using only 15 minutes, even less. Now, the audience, we can give the question. The presentation was quite interesting, and I think that we have to have lots of questions compared to Georgia and South Korea's democratization processes. So, please, Dr. Gianodia, Ilia State University.
Hello everybody, thanks for interesting presentation. I mean, you, in your theoretical part, sort of listed three factors: structural, actor-based, and external, geopolitical. My question is about the third one, and namely the role of the United States in Korea's democratization, because there is kind of divergent views on this. That on the one hand, in the context of the Cold War, okay, the Americans had an interest in supporting military dictatorship because it's their ally against communist North and communist war, so it was kind of a reliable ally, right? And democracy meant destabilizing, maybe some communist forces kind of take advantage of that. Right. But despite that, you know, on the other hand, one could say that Americans were instrumental in helping Korea to become a democracy. So how would you kind of see or comment on this combination of kind of different streams in American influence?
Thank you very much. This is very interesting and also contested question. That makes sense because we are reviewing the processes that evolved in the Cold War context, and sometimes external actors have different goals at different stages of international politics. At the time, the important thing was the ensuring stability in the South Korea and in the world in order to rescue them from communist occupation and communist rule. Another point is that to what extent are the ruling elites themselves open to these democratizing efforts in terms of receiving and translating economic assistance in more tangible policies for their citizens, as well as how to use political or military support. Retrospectively looking at the case of Korean democratization, I would say that even the black needs or white needs within the internal political players, they made in a way not correct, but maybe the beneficial decisions in order to consolidate the democracy. So not only international factors are important, but similarly it's very important to what extent the local actors want to translate these policies in more democratic policies that will be beneficial for the citizens. So I see that in case of Korea we have like local politics meets also the international politics, and they translate in a desirable outcome.
Sorry. Yeah. You can still have time.
No, I think that was what I wanted to add.
Is there any other question? So then I have the same type of a question, but in Prince of Georgia. So we have, in Korea's case, we had the Cold War and almost the same actors. In Georgia, we do not have the Cold War.
But we have almost hot war.
But still we have almost the same actors.
Yes.
So how can you compare why the actors internally in South Korea were consolidated, and in Georgia we have the fractionalization in decision-making processes?
I would not rather say that, thank you for this question, I can't say, my impression was that the fragmentation was the point also in the case of Korea at social and also at political level, and it's the part of democratization, because without struggle between the actors, mobilizations and protests and mass participation, we can't have a democracy. In case of Georgia, we also have this fragmentation between forces that are clearly pro-democratic and forces that are more, let's say, pro-Russian because of certain reasons. So, also what I think in case of Georgia is very important is that the regional context, and that we have the hot wars ongoing. We ourselves have the experience of almost 4 wars in case of Georgia, and currently the case of Ukraine that is happening when the Russia directly invaded the country. Something that is very contradicts the international law, all rules of liberal world order and democracy. And we can't say that there is no Cold War. There is actually hot war that is ongoing between the autocracy promoters like Russia, China, and other maybe minor autocracies that they contest this liberal world order, and they are trying to subvert these regimes, bolster the authoritarian actors inside the country. But the end will be eventually democracy, because the struggle is the process. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, I will not say anything about Korea. I'm sorry about that. I will focus on Georgia. I will also not have any presentation, so you can only see me, not presentation. But I like Zarina. My presentation will have 2 parts, one more theoretical and another on empirical case of Georgia, so which will, I think, kind of used as an illustration for the theoretical point. But I will start with the fact, kind of grand fact, that is global resurgence of nationalism, that nationalism is getting stronger everywhere, including in the democratic West. Nobody argues that it's not so. I'm just stating the obvious. But this resurgence of nationalism was not predicted by political theory. Basically, the theories of nationalism predicted the opposite, that nationalism would become weaker. Therefore, this fact, the resurgence of nationalists, requires re-evaluation and revisiting the main concepts of nationalism theory. And when I speak about main concepts of nationalist theory, I mean mainly literature of 1980s and early 1990s by authors like Ernest Gellner, Benedict Anderson, John Breuer, Eric Hobsbawm, and others, which continue to be very influential in the nationalism theory. So that's kind of classical core or literature, which is still taught also by myself in my nationalist course. But I think that, and some of it, of course, is still valuable, but some of it should be re-examined. And this understanding of nationalism, and nationalism is understood here as a political vision and kind of emotional disposition that recognizes nation-state as the only legitimate principle of defining scope and borders of a polity. So that's kind of nationalism in its political understanding, and that's how Ernest Gellner and others defined it. But explaining it, when trying to explain it, they used nationalist, they kind of applied general modernization theory to the field of nationalism. And I will boil down this theory to two propositions, two contentions, one theoretical and one valuative, because values are always important in political science, especially when it comes to nationalism. The theoretical assumption is that nationalism is a transient phenomenon, that nationalism emerged historically at a certain point, namely in modernity after French Revolution, and because of certain things, and I have no time to elaborate on that, but certain societal processes kind of caused creation of nationalism. But then, in the course of further development, it will somehow be marginalized, weakened, if not disappear at all, at least it will be not important. And secondly, this valuative point is that nationalism is basically an enemy of liberal democracy. So, of course, the authors, scholars of nationalism understood that it was not always so, that in 19th century, especially first half of maybe first two thirds of the 19th century, nationalists and liberals were allies. They were allies against the conservative forces of throne and altar, as it were, like ancien regime. But that was, again, a transient historical moment. And later on, nationalism became kind of reactionary force. And it's natural because nationalism is by definition exclusivist. And it's kind of inherently xenophobic. So nationalism is a bad thing, right? And these two theoretical and valuative aspects were sort of related to each other in kind of this optimistic progressivist vision that progress is inevitable, that modernization theory basically is theory of progress, so progress is inevitable, and on certain stage of development nationalism was indispensable, but further progress will somehow push it away. So it's not only that it's bad, but it's also luckily it's getting weaker. And this was illustrated by reality of the West, and maybe this theory was also motivated in recollections of the 20th century history, that two brutal world wars were kind of mainly nationalist wars, so they showed brutal and destructive nature of nationalism, but somehow the West learned its lessons, and in the West nationalism is sort of already marginal. And this is shown, of course, this was believed to be shown by this vision of European Union as ever closer union, which was moving to kind of post-national future, the future where nations and nation-states would be kind of redundant. And and that was kind of bright future for humanity. It was not only European future, but it would be some kind of model, new model of development, kind of post-national state model of development. But this latest trend of resurgence of nationalism, also in Western Europe and Eastern Europe, Western Europe, in America, it certainly shattered basically this, at least this optimistic vision that of transiency of nationalism, that nationalism is only kind of still valid for kind of more underdeveloped countries. If you have nationalism, you are underdeveloped. So that cannot be said anymore. So that assumption is basically rejected. But then there is still debate about value part of the argument, whether nationalism is a very bad thing as an enemy of liberalism, enemy of liberal values, or maybe not. So that's, I think, and that's kind of hot issue in political science right now. So in that sense, we can distinguish between first two main kind of points, clashing viewpoints. One is that of post-nationalist liberalism, that liberals who, for instance, supporters of federal Europe or others who still think that nationalism is the chief threat for democracy, and now it's called usually nationalist populism because populist is the threat of democracy, but of course there are different kinds of populism. Some are left-wing, but most kind of dangerous kind of populism threatening for democracy is nationalist populism. So we should fight nationalism. If we want future for democracy, we should fight nationalism, so that's kind of obvious. And I would say that view is sort of dominant, not necessarily among scholars of nationalism, but, you know, public, general, pro-democracy, liberal public in the West. The opposite view is more of kind of conservative intellectuals who actually see this populist wave as something positive, as a kind of legitimate reaction to liberal arrogance or whatever. For instance, Yoram Hazony is a famous Israeli scholar who somehow expressed these views, saying that liberalism is really bad thing. It's really kind of ideology of cosmopolitan elites that don't care for common people, and which is kind of the key vision of so-called populism. And so it was wrong starting from John Locke, and kind of classical liberalism was also bad, so we need to go further back to some kind of organic communities. And nationalism is a good thing, so it's a good thing because it opposes liberalism. And on the political side, of course, Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, is famous for formulating this concept of illiberal democracy, that we are for democracy, but democracy means protecting kind of interest of the nation, community as a nation, and liberalism is about some kind of cosmopolitan forces represented by European bureaucrats or internationally funded NGOs who impose some kind of globalized agenda on the nations. And in these are kind of mirror two kind of symmetrical views which are based on the common assumptions that there is a zero-sum game between liberalism and nationalism. If you are liberal, then you somehow should look for something post-national and see a nation-state as something bad, or you are for nationalist and then you should be anti-liberal. But then there is, I think, the third direction, which would some people call, and I would call, liberal nationalism, which look for some accommodation between nationalism and liberalism, and this is not so much dictated by theoretical, abstract, philosophical visions. They would say that, yes, it would be nice if we did not care for nations and everybody loved each other, etc., but it's not so. So we can, if we want somehow realistically future for democracy, we should find this accommodation between forces of liberalism and forces of nationalism. And I mean, there are many authors, but I don't have, not so many, but some authors at least, like Yasha Monk and Franz Fukuyama and others who speak about that. And if that's the case, and I somehow subscribe to this view myself, then we should not speak about nationalism in abstracto, in general, as some kind of one ideology, but different kinds of nationalism or different nationalisms. And now if I go to my Georgian case, then I would say that we don't really have these clear-cut ideological parties and so on, but still one could say that Georgia's ideological landscape has been, especially now, is dominated not just by fight between nationalism and liberalism, for instance, understood as some kind of post-national vision, but between two kinds of nationalism, or two nationalisms, which have very different assumptions about values and objectives, and especially very different mappings on and friends and foes. For nationalism, it's always very important who is your friend and who is your enemy, right? So on the one hand, we have what we call, I would call, political modernist nationalism, for which is kind of liberation nationalism or self-determination nationalism. I would say Mazzini-esque nationalism based on kind of vision of Giuseppe Mazzini, who saw kind of Europe as a family of independent free nations, etc., right? Which considers Russia as an enemy. It's also, of course, very geopolitical, as was mentioned in previous presentations, which sees Russia as a colonial power which would not let us go. So still, I think it's true. So nationalism is about liberation from colonial power, which is Russia, but also liberal nationalism is about joining Europe as imagined as a Europe of nations, not post-national Europe, but as kind of family of free nations. So kind of this statement of Zurabjwani, I am Georgian, therefore I'm European, is sort of kind of best expression of this. And the second nationalism is, I would say, nationalism of cultural authenticity, which is about defending, as I said, Georgia's imagining nation as kind of body, culturally authentic and unified body, which is endangered by forces of modernity, basically. So it's anti-modern, anti-modernist, not very political, but also somewhat political. And its map of friends and foes is different. Number one, foe is liberal West. Liberalism is a dirty word for them, pejorative word. And the West is behind this kind of conspiracy to destroy Georgia's cultural authenticity. Islamic world is also bad somehow, but that's another topic to develop. And Russia, it's difficult to say in Georgia that Russia is our friend, but Russia is certainly preferable to the West. And so that's why, and some of them are openly pro-Russian, would say that we should be with Russia, even though Russia has its shortcomings a little bit, but it's still much better to be with Russia. And of course, those ideal types, and ideal types, as we all know, is one thing, and reality maybe is always more complicated and more nuanced, but I certainly don't have time to talk about nuances at this point. So, yeah, I think that's as much as I could say in this short time. Yeah, I may say two short sentences in the end. One is that so far, I think if we look at public opinion polls or political party programs and statements, then the first kind of this liberal pro-Western nationalism is much stronger, it's much more powerful, it's kind of dominant discourse. Everybody ascribes to it, all political forces, at least declaratively, sometimes not very consistently, but declaratively everybody says we are for that. And that second one looks much weaker in public opinion polls, and parties who represent it openly, they are not very strong. But I think that would not be enough to establish their true power and value. For instance, Georgian Orthodox Church, who is most kind of authoritative social institution in Georgia, this church is not only about spirituality and religion, but it's about religious nationalism basically, and this church-supported version of nationalism is certainly much more belongs to this second variation. While if we, of course, there are some maybe individuals or groups or people who reject both of these kinds of versions of nationalism, but they are insignificant, let's say, so politically. So if we look for, some of us do, for a future of kind of democratic Georgia, our bets should be with this first kind of nationalism rather than some kind of abstract vision of ideal democracy. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much, Professor Nadia. It was very interesting and very informative. So, audience, now you can give the question to Professor Nadia. I think that you should have some, especially the Georgian part.
Maybe Korean too.
Yes. Right. So, I think. Thank you very much. This presentation was very interesting in discussion, and I have more like question of understanding, let's call it. So, you mentioned also the concept of populism and nationalism, and as a political scientist also struggle to understand the similarities and differences between these two concepts and in what way the political scientists use it. So what would be your kind of definition? I know there's a cacophony of definitions in that direction, but how can you distinguish these two concepts? Yeah. And also, perhaps we will speak on the example also on the example of Georgia case.
Okay, I think it's very difficult for the nationalism to be populist in some sense, at least, because it's about people, right? And people, as understood as nation, is kind of seen as a great value. But populism does not need to be nationalist. I think, of course, yeah, there are lots of definitions of populism, but I think the most popular, and I think also right, is that populism is kind of disposition or mindset. It's not ideology really or coherent worldview, but kind of disposition, which is based on the assumption that there is this clash, conflict between common people who is morally right, but neglected by liberal elites who are arrogant and kind of removed from the common people, but dominate them unfairly, right? So that's the core vision of populism. And there is no logical necessity that these common people are understood as nation. They may be understood just as, you know, underprivileged classes. So you could see it as kind of class prism, that, you know, working class or, you know, this kind of people are somehow neglected. But in reality, okay, you have to speak about specific common people, right, in specific countries. So it's not a coincidence that nationalist populism, or nativist, I would say nativist is better word for this kind of nationalism, is a prevalent form of populism, or most powerful form of populism in most countries, let's say, so maybe almost everywhere.
Thank you very much. So is there any other question? No question? Then I have one short question. You mentioned that there is a clash of these two types of the nationalism, the classical one and the Gallian one. What are the sources that nourish the liberal nationalism? It's understandable, so where all of us, declaratively at least, pro-Western. But what are the sources, what do you think, that nourish the classical nationalism in Georgia?
Or nativism,
Native.
cultural. Yeah, okay, there are different, maybe different theories of that. Of course, in Georgia, many people say that it's Russian support and kind of that's the main explanatory factor. I think there is Russian support for such groups because there is commonality of interest, and Russia interferes everywhere in this way, so it would be very strange if it did not support such groups of Georgia, but I don't think it explains it. I think it's more kind of resentment of certain groups with societal changes that happen, and certain people are harmed by development or modernization or whatever, and don't find a proper place in these changed societies. And of course Georgia changed a lot. We may like it to change maybe even more sometimes, but we should appreciate that it has changed a lot, and which means that some groups became more influential, powerful and successful, and some people did not, or kind of saw their social status diminished. And I think that's true everywhere. I think development is controversial and difficult and complex process socially. So there are always winners and losers, and losers look for different ideologies, and nationalist populism is one of those, which kind of, that may be, I think, the best explanation I know.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
First, I would like to thank Ilia State University for this opportunity to be part of the conference on comparative perspectives of the history of Georgia and Korea. My background is in Korean studies. I have graduated Sofia University, the Korean Studies Department, and as a Bulgarian, since I got some insights on the topic from my background, I have included also some Bulgarian perspectives on the topic as well. I was very interested to hear the presentations before this one, and especially Professor Nodia's presentation, because I was quite surprised to find out that in a way it connects to what I'm going to speak about, and especially the question of Professor Pavlenishvili on the possible sources of classical nationalism.
Also the external and the internal sources of separatism.
And for my topic, I use post-colonial theory, and I wonder if some of the roots of this kind of nationalism can be found in the colonial experience and colonial discourse that has spread around the world at the beginning of 20th century, along with the modernization of countries. So basically, if I have to, from the very beginning, say what my topic is about, I'm interested in how the discourse on modernization and strive for modernization, which Professor Nadia noticed that progress is considered as inevitable. That's what I also try to explain, how that at the beginning of 20th century intertwined and was influenced by colonial discourse in the post-colonial world. Especially the part about Georgia, I try to include that because of the topic of our conference, and please correct me if I have misunderstood some of the materials that I used. So the purpose of the current study is to demonstrate how the effects of colonialism have spread far beyond the boundaries of the known colonial territories of the past and have produced many of the social relationships in today's world. In post-colonial studies, as they are developed in the West, usually the West and Western Europe is looked at as the major colonial force that power that affected the rest of the world. Of course, there have been other forms of colonialism before that, but the colonialism by Western European countries is considered to have affected in more ways the societies that were dominated because, according to some researchers, like in the book on colonialism by Lumba, because Western European colonialism was combined with capitalism, and the nature of capitalism and capitalist production and circulation of goods bound the economies of the colonial countries and colonial powers in a way that they, to a much bigger degree than previous colonialism and colonialism by other countries in another part of the world, affected the dominated societies. The modernization of the 20th century is usually looked at as a period in which also Western Europe affected the societies, and in order for the societies to modernize, they usually emulated the societies of Western Europe. In the case of Bulgaria, in the case of Korea, Western Europe was looked at and copied in the spheres of economy, philosophy, art, in many different ways. How can we connect the colonial experience with the modernization? As part of the colonial experience, the colonial discourse played a very big role for keeping the colonial subjects under control. As Edward Said explains, Western powers, they use discourse to describe and to define the colonial subjects, and the various information that appeared in the media, in the writings of the West, in different documents, in administrative writing as well, were what formed the discourse on the colonies. And since this discourse was the one that mainly spread around, it was what formed the view and the opinion not only of the colonizers about the colonized people, but very often the colonized people themselves started viewing themselves from the perspective of the colonizer. Knowledge is not innocent, but profoundly connected with the operation of power. In Orientalism, Edward Said explains the mechanism through which the colonizers create and disseminate knowledge about the colonized, thus defining the subaltern according to the dominant power's interests. In relationship between the Occident and the Orient, the Occident or the West has dealt with the Orient, excuse me, has dealt with the Orient by making statements about it, by authorizing views of it, describing it, by teaching it, settling it, ruling over it. Without examining Orientalism as a discourse, one cannot possibly understand the enormously systemic discipline by which European culture was able to manage and even produce the Orient, politically, sociologically, militarily, ideologically, scientifically, and so on. According to Said, discourse has the power to even produce the object it describes. The real nature of the described, their point of view, their subjectivity is denied. And here I'm interested how this kind of colonial discourse affected not only the colonized people, the people who were under direct dominion by the colonizers, but also other countries that were never ruled by the West as colonies. Like, for example, Bulgaria was never under some Western colonization, or Korea either. But in the literature of these countries, we find examples of how also the discourse, the colonial discourse, yes, okay, I'll try to be short, permitted their thinking as well. And from Korean literature, I found an example of the author Lee Kwang-soo, who describes the Korean modernization, and in his seminal work, which is considered the first modern Korean novel, he describes the conflict between tradition and modern influence of Western culture. In that novel, he dismisses a lot of Korean traditional culture in favor of foreign culture for the sake of national development, and he wants to use the novel as an educating tool for the Korean people. And in doing so, even though his motivation is to pursue the modernization of the country, actually he dismisses a lot of the Korean culture as well, And it can be questioned whether that is really necessary for the sake of modernization. Also, when we speak about colonial discourse, of course, the pursuit of modernization is something which is not bad in itself. It's a positive thing, and it's a very natural pursuit. But when it gets affected by colonial discourse, what happens is the people who want to modernize, they internalize the view that Western countries and Western Europe is the only way that they need to follow, and they also position themselves in at a lower level than the Western European countries. I explained that through, I'm sorry that didn't regulate the time correctly to explain the whole theoretical base, through that the evolutionist view on society was also adopted, and to show that there is only one way forward. And since the path to modernization is an evolutionist path according to that view, means that everyone is headed the way Western Europe has already arrived, and that actually is what causes nations that are like Korea, Bulgaria, Georgia to feel that they are on the margins of civilization. That is, they adopt the Eurocentrist view. And in relation to Georgian literature, I found a poem by Alexander Chavchavadze, who was a son of the last ambassador of Georgia to Russia before the annexation of 1801. And he was born in Russia, grew up in Russia, but later when he returned to Georgia, he fought for Georgian freedom. I'm sure you know much better than me about that. But in this particular poem, even though he was persecuted for revolts against the Russian Empire, in this particular poem, in the end, he pronounces that the Caucasus Mountains, he is expecting and hoping that they can be overcome by the Russian army, so that Russia can bring enlightenment to Georgia. And in the analysis, it says that this poem in particular is not so famous in Georgia. Please correct me if that is not true. In the analysis that I found, the explanation is that possibly his view was that Russia can help Georgia overcome the North Caucasus tribes who were a threat, and later his agenda was to also at a later stage deal with the influence of Russia. But in this particular example, expecting the enlightenment from Russia in this case, because is like an example of self-colonization, which I think is because of the colonial discourse that places Western Europe as the only way for advancement and modernization, and Russia was seen as closer culturally and as in the kind of society that Russia was at the time to Western Europe than any other options. Also, there is the factor of the national threat at the time, but I will conclude with this for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. The audience, do you have any questions? Professor Nodia?
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation, and in this kind of vein of this new colonial theory or coloniality theory, whatever. You know, sometimes nativist ideologues also use this theory. For instance, I remember our maybe chief or one of the most popular ideologues of our nativist right, Mr. Leman saying that 20% of Georgia is occupied by Russia, but 80% of Georgia is occupied by the United States.
Yes.
And he means that, okay, 20% is Abkhazia and South Ossetia where actually Russian troops are stationed, but America, United States occupies us through ideology of human rights, yes. Right? So the women's rights, or especially gay rights, is a colonial imposition. That would be understood as also self-colonization. Those people who believe that, you know, gay people should not be beaten or whatever, or women should be, you know, chairing conferences rather than, you know, preparing food for their husbands. That's kind of, they are also self-colonizers, right? So following this pernicious American colonialist agenda. So what would your comment be from this coloniality theory?
That was my basic idea that internalizing, in most cases unconsciously, this widespread colonial discourse leads people to feel that they are in a secondary position or on the margins, or they are all the time lacking. And as a reaction to this, there are other forces who reject this kind of colonial discourse, and perhaps this kind of opinions that the West is also harmful, they might stem from as a reaction or kind of rejection of the results of the colonial discourse.
안녕하세요. 저는 사오메라고 합니다. 저는 일리아 국립대학교 3학년 학생입니다. 이렇게 중요한 회의에 참석하게 되어서 기쁩니다. 저는 입학하기 전에 한국어에 관심이 많아서 한국어를 배우기 시작했습니다. 그리고 2년 전에 우리 대학교에서 한국어를 배우기 계속할 기회가 생겼습니다. 제가 한국어를 돈에 많은 성격을 받기 믿습니다. 지금부터 영어로 계속드리겠습니다. 감사드립니다. Now I'll briefly introduce myself in English. I'm Salom Gerses, a student of Ilyas State University. I'm really glad to be the part of this big event, and now I'll go through the presentation. The topic of my presentation is Secular State Dilemma, Limited Society in 21st Century. My talk will be in 3 parts. I'll begin by looking at the case of discrimination in Georgia, especially educational systems. Then I'll move forward to the examples of discrimination in South Korea during outbreaks of COVID-19. In the end, I will offer a little conclusion. Now let's go through the educational system in Georgia. The limitation in this area consists of attempting to convert students to certain beliefs and religion. For example, there are cases of putting icons of prayers and even praying during classes, lighting candles. The public defender of Georgia points out these violations, but they are not addressed. To make it clear, here would be illustrated one case. The case of Mohem. It is a village in Samtre Javakheti, and its population consists of mostly Muslims. Here school administration banned wearing headscarf for a Muslim student. If we look into the law of general education as well as Mohe's school regulations, there is not a single restriction about wearing hijab or any other kind of religious attributes in public school. Also, it is even in conflict with the Constitution of Georgia. The case was investigated by Ministry of Education, and discrimination on religious purposes cannot be identified. We can see this event in a political aspect too. The majority of Mohe's population, as it was said before, consists of Muslims. Their hope was to return their long-lost mosque, which was confiscated by Soviets. In 2014, the state tried to dismantle mosque, which took this situation to verbal abuse and physical violence against Muslims, including allegedly by police officers. After this incident, the GOC, Georgian Orthodox Church, claimed its ownership on building, claiming that the stones which were used in the building were from previous churches located there. But there was no evidence of it presented by the church. Now we will explain the reasons why this case at a public school has to be addressed, and not only in this area, everywhere. Firstly, despite ministry's conclusions that wearing any kinds of head covering attire is banned, regulations say that the students shall not wear hats or dye their hair. Secondly, according to the law on general education, religious symbols would be prohibited too. If we look deeply into the situation, if Christians are allowed to wear crosses or any other religious attributes, why Muslims have this limitation to express their identity? Also, this discrimination still continues nowadays, and it should be addressed that in Georgia we only have day offs on Orthodox holidays, which does not show equality to representatives of any other religions. Now let's move on to the cases which happened in South Korea during pandemic. On the first major outbreak, adherents of Shincheonji Church said that they experienced discrimination and stigmatization after being blamed for the major outbreak of COVID-19 in February. They reported discomfort in expressing their faith publicly after the incident. Service said that the discrimination and harassment was also in schools and at workplaces. Some of the workers were fired from their jobs and even abused by their spouses. At the end, there was approximately 4,000 cases of discrimination against congregants. Major newspapers described church as a shadowy group, fringe sect, and cult. Maybe some of the attendees already know that South Korea is well known for its cancel culture, so this incident was no different. They made the petition for the church to be disbanded, and it received 1.4 million signatures. The important thing in this case is that the discrimination was on the members of Shincheonji Church, but also for all Christians in general. Similar situation happened after 6 Uzbek migrants who attended an outdoor celebration of their religion in July tested positive for COVID-19. Some individuals on social media harshly criticized the worshippers and Muslims in general. U.S. Embassy officers engaged with government officials on issues related to religious freedom, including the religious freedom of Shincheonji Church members. Embassy officials discussed religious freedom issues and underscored the U.S. commitment to religious freedom with Buddhists and Catholics, Muslims, and other communities. They used social media to highlight U.S. support for religious freedom in the country. It was the first major outbreak of COVID-19, and after that happened the second major outbreak at Samenchnyeol Church in Seoul in August. And there was a similar situation which happened in the first outbreak. Even one pastor told media that as a result of social stigma against Christians after the outbreak, he felt self-conscious when praying before eating at a restaurant. Now let's move on to the conclusion. So, audience and attendees might have a question, why are we comparing these two examples? As we know, South Korea and Georgia are secular states. Even though asking someone in Georgia, especially older generation, they may consider Georgia as an Orthodox country, but still we are not. We are a secular state. So, despite being a secular state, discrimination on religious purposes are still happening. It shows that the status and being called a secular state does not guarantee a country to have a peaceful relationship between religious communities. Also, it should be underlined that in South Korea and even at school, students were discriminated after Sincheonji church outbreak of COVID-19, and we can draw parallel to the example of Mohe's school situation in the aspect of discrimination at school. And at the end, as examined, US tried to neutralize the situation in South Korea after the spread of the disease. What can we learn from it? We can learn the importance of the connection between two countries. Since support in any case for any country is an achievement, we should make an example and try to tighten relationship with other countries too. Even though there was not mentioned anything about the situation of churches in Georgia after the outbreak of COVID-19, there is still an urge to say that we have had a similar situation too in Georgia. Generally, Christians were discriminated for going to the churches and not following the regulations. This is the end of my presentation, and I hope you had there was a new information for the audience, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Audience, please do.
I am Nina Guliashvili, Associate Professor at Ilia State University, Faculty of Arts and Sciences. My research interests are defined by discourse studies. I am involved in investigation the identities and how identities are constructed in the discourses. So this is mostly linguistic investigation of the political discourse, of the media discourse. At the same time, I am interested of applying corpus linguistic tools to analyze the text as data, because in why linguistics? Why are we going to study political discourse? Because the language as data gives us the most important information in connection with the political theories. So in combination, they can conjure up the complete picture that is connected with construction of discursive identities. For that purpose, I investigated the political discourse of South Korea, and I paid particular attention to the case of indexical we and journey metaphor. Linguistic scrutiny of the political discourse has been gathering momentum over the past few decades. Rhetorical tools such as metaphors are quite important because they are the figures of speech that can carry the most important emotional as well as representative cues. What can metaphors do in the discourse? They are the most important persuasive tools that enable politicians to win the audience to their side of the thinking, to their ideology. So when we look at the metaphors and scrutinize them in the discourses, we study the power relations, ideologies, the workings of the political actors, and how this agency is represented in the textual micro-level representations. For that purpose, I have looked at the micro-level representations of the text, which is connected with day-to-day interactions, speeches, interviews, and on-record diplomatic communication of South Korean politicians. So I will briefly talk about the introduction and the background, and then methods, findings and discussion, and then I will finalize with the concluding remarks. So politics of the pronouns, this is what I want to pay particular attention to. So the pronouns and the person deixis, such as I, we, they, our, and their, is most important figure, kind of linguistic unit that is going to be scrutinized in this paper, because when we study the presence and existence of we in the text, in the political discourse, we pay attention to different aspects of the representations: royal we, governmental we, governmental oppositional we, and chauvinistic we. So what are they about? What kind of representations they can bring about? Royal we is connected with the political leader who has authority to talk about certain political events through the perspective of the nation. Governmental we is the representation of the whole government of the country. Governmental oppositional is mostly concerned with showing the juxtaposition of governmental and oppositional directions. And chauvinistic we is the presentation of a diverse outcome of the use of the we. But at the same time here we have to pay attention to the use of governmental and national we. As Professor Gianodia has been talking about the most important aspects of conjugating liberalism with nationalism, this part of we is going to be concerned with connecting nationalism with the principles of international community, which has to be scrutinized in the text. Do we see the internalized cues and representations of international community in the text of the political discourse that we're going to look at? And that's the research aim of the present paper. Interplay of the pronouns. Why politicians do not use or avoid using I? Because whenever any type of representation of we is given in the text, they have to think about what they say. When I use I, it's primarily connected and just shows the idea of a person, of one single social or political actor. But when the pronoun we is used in the text, as mentioned above, we pay attention to different uses of we. And this we has to be scrutinized in connection with the concepts such as international community and the ways of just putting political semantic domains in the text. Why a metaphor? Because metaphors are really important for the political discourse. Metaphors frame political issues. Metaphor is a heuristic for exploring new conceptualizations of political semantic domains, which tend to be readily understood by the public. So whatever the notion represents in terms of its complexity, when metaphors are applied, they are readily understandable by the public. So when Lackett and Johnson introduced the idea of conceptual metaphor, it revolutionized the understanding of metaphor in the discourse, because it's not only the adoration or the ornament of the literary fiction, it's just how the human mind thinks. Metaphors enhance and simplify the public understanding of complex political issues, and what is more, metaphors become a convenient and natural way through which political leaders communicate their beliefs, identity, and ideology. So as I said, I use text as data, as it is a corpus analysis of 686 texts which are retrieved from the site korea.net. They were manually transformed into TXT file, and I investigated the 974 hits of concept of international community. And these texts compiled press releases, presidential speeches, which featured above-mentioned concepts. So I looked at representation of we, international community, and the process verbs, which, according to the functional grammar, show the agency of political leaders. So that was kind of connected with the concordance list, which features we, its collocates, the verbs of processes, and the metaphors. So this pie chart shows us that the most important share, the segment, is taken up by material processes. Then comes mental processes, the verbs that denote mental processes, verbal processes, and the other ones which take minimum share in this pie chart. So what are these verbs of processes? So there we have the concordance of the most important verbs that collocate with we as the representation of government and the state. And these are the material processes, such as move forward, march forward, stress, harvest, gear up, transition, cooperate, collaborate, and many more. As for the mental processes, the verbs of mental processes, they are connected with consideration and cognitive basis for the agency. So both verbs are really important in terms of showing the actual representation of social actors and political actors in the discourse. And this one is quite important because we look at the governmental national way. So when we mention governmental national way, it's not supposed to be the national identity in its old understanding or traditional understanding. We look at the governmental national way according to the examples that are given here based on the excerpts from the texts, that it's kind of modernizing way of representing national identity, which is conjugated with the principles of international community. And these principles are also investigated within the text in terms of political semantic domains that I can show right now. So these are the examples which show that Korea is connected with several topics of democratization, peace building, anti-corruption. All these topics are vivid, and that was manually investigated in the text. And these are the presidential speeches which feature all these important aspects in connection with we, national governmental we, plus the process verbs which show the agency of the political actors. And most importantly, we are going to have a look at these semantic political domains and the segments which take the majority of this pie chart is defined by democracy, state building, peace and security, denuclearization, environment, biodiversity and climate change, COVID-19 pandemic, diplomacy, international relations and organizations, and all the other ones also take part in the construction of the semantic domains of the discourse. And I compared these findings of the research with the international agenda which was published in 2021 in Barcelona. And as you can see here, we have all these topics that I singled out based on the research. And on the right-hand side, you can see the international agenda of 2022. And these international kind of topics for agency are clearly connected with the four major segments of the pie chart. So this means that the statehood and international community go hand in hand in the text that I have scrutinized. And we have to look at the journey metaphor as the conceptual basis of the representation of Korea's path towards democracy. Let's have a look at this. This is the President Moon Jae-in's remarks at the event that was going to promote artificial intelligence. And here we can see the Republic of Korea's dream is to be a leading nation in the post-COVID-19 era. That is to say, one that makes the most of artificial intelligence. I hope that we will move forward together so that the Republic of Korea can grow from an IT powerhouse into an AI powerhouse and leap forward from an exemplary nation in response to the COVID-19 pandemic to become a pace setter in the post-COVID-19 era. So you see, here we have the complexity of the principles and the representation of the statehood in connection with national identity, but modernized and revisited type of national identity, plus the metaphor of journey, which is quite evident in the discourse of the political leaders. I have looked at the other representations, and we can see the excerpts from the presidential speeches, which show multitude of the journey metaphor. So we can take a look at this one. Going forward, we will join SEMO leaders in sharing our experiences of SEMO Dong-led development with countries in the global village, such as those in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. We'll move along the path towards peace and prosperity together. So you see, all the times when we look at the text and scrutinize we in concordance list, there we have the concepts of international community that spring into the text along with the most important aspects that are shared by international community. So this is, yes? 3 more minutes that I'm finalizing already. So these are all the journey metaphors investigated in the corpus, so that we can see that it takes up the majority of the lingual representation, which means the following. Let's have a look at the mapping of conceptual metaphors on the target domain of the state building. So journey is path, way. The beginning of the journey is going to be initiation of the political processes. Final destination is the outcome and the achievement for the state. And the travelers are going to be the state, the government, politicians, and the people who are taking this path. So as the journey metaphor just shapes the understanding and the cognitive basis of the political discourse of South Korea, we can safely arrive at the concluding remarks that say that the concept of state building and the international community appear to be inherently interconnected and expressly articulated through the collocates of government and national we, and the verbs of processes. And I looked at the verbs of process such as material and the mental processes, and here we have to clarify that the national we is modernized and the revisited national we. The abundance of the verbs of material processes is the discursive manifestation of the active agency, which is proved by the texts. And Korea's political path is realized through journey metaphor. This conceptual metaphor activates the cognitive frame, which is supposed to persuade the people that building a democratic state is a path of Republic of Korea. And the last is that the frame, this journey metaphor frame, suggests that Republic of Korea is on the way of its development, which is constantly nourished by the principles and values of international community, which gives us the grounds for claiming that nationality is modernized and conjugated with the democratic process. Thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Guneshwari. Fascinating stuff.
Thank you.
I'm very happy that actually we heard such a presentation. Metaphors, I mean, of course, once again, we are convinced that we live by metaphors.
We live by metaphors, absolutely.
We do live by metaphors. Yeah, it's a great book, Metaphors We Live By. And the journey is definitely probably the most common metaphor I encounter in Korea as well. As for pronouns, I can't help, as a trained linguist, to say that there is still an ongoing debate if there are actual pronouns or even there are even adjectives in the Korean language, but that's a linguistic issue. By pronouns, obviously, now generally we call the words that are used in Asian and other languages when we translate pronouns from the European languages. They are basically deictic nouns.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, but let's call them pronouns because it's easy to understand what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So, all these texts that you use are in English, right?
Yeah, in English.
Yes.
All the texts were given in English. Unfortunately, I don't know Korean, so it would be preferable to compare Korean ways of understanding deictic pronouns in the text.
Definitely.
But
it's a very
complex.
Very difficult task.
In English, it sounds like that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the English of state institutions in the Republic of Korea is usually very good, but there is a big chunk of Konglish, which is not English proper. But Konglish recently has been an object of legitimate research.
Yes.
Although in the past it was just an object of ridicule. Let's read some Konglish for laughs. But but that's another issue.
That's another issue.
Of course, we have the object of research, and it is the English language pronouncements of the government, and probably the mass media as well in Korea. Okay, are there any questions to Professor Guneshwari?
Yeah. So yes, I want to say just final statement in connection. I want to say a final statement in connection with these pronouns. So when we look at the pronouns, certainly that gives us the understanding how the national identity is constructed, because without looking at the pronouns there we cannot judge whether it is constructed or not. But as for the site, Korea.net is an official site which gives us the press releases and the presidential speeches translated officially by the translators. So this would be interesting also to compare what happens in Korean language. Does it translate and reflect the same attitudes, or there might be some other goings on?
I can answer your question. Yeah. Yes, the Korean word for we most commonly is uri, it's a diacritic pronoun, which is overused in the Korean language. Even compared to languages with similar structure that have this word, they used to overuse it in older periods. For example, in Japanese, during the Japanese imperialist period. But Koreans keep using it as a very proud, very nationalist nation. And this word is used even more often than we, although we can in many cases drop. You're absolutely, I mean, you are on to something here. I think it's very fascinating.
Thank you.
So, and the fact that you don't use English language, Korean language, sorry, is not a deficiency, because today the world communicates in English and in different Englishes, and so these are legitimate objects of research. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your attention.
George Sanikidze, I'm specialist of Middle Eastern studies, historian and modern politics, and my presentation concerns one of the most tragic events in Georgian history, mainly the abolition of Georgian kingdom by the Russian Empire in 1801, and after the struggle between Russian Empire and Qajar Iran for Georgia and in general for the South Caucasus. For understanding the situation created after the annexation by the Russian Empire of the Eastern Georgian Kingdom, it's necessary to say some words about Georgian-Iranian relations, quite specific and complicated relations before this event. During the Safavid period, it used to be a so-called period or compromise between Iranian state and Eastern Georgia. It's implied that by the Iranian side, Eastern Georgia was considered as one of the provinces with great autonomy, but headed by the king from the Bagration Georgian royal family. Georgian king should have been appointed by the Safavid Shah and converted to Islam. In addition, he was considered as a Vali of Gorgestan, governor of one of the Iranian provinces. The situation is changed during the reign of Nader Shah. In 1745, Georgian kings were allowed to ascend on the throne as Orthodox Christians. From this time, Eastern Georgia became practically independent from the Iranian state. Well, in 1783, it was signed the so-called Treaty of Georgievsk between Russia and Eastern Georgian Kingdom. This treaty, in many respects, repeated many main characteristics of Georgian-Iranian relations during the Safavid period. It was stressed, first, non-interference in the internal affairs of the Georgian kingdom, second, direction of the Georgian foreign policy by the Russian Empire and military aid to Georgia in the case of invasions of foreign troops, and third, preservation of Eastern Georgian kingdom headed by the Bagration family. King, of course, should have been Orthodox Christian, but appointed by the Russian emperor. After the reunification of Iran by Qajar Agha Muhammad Khan, one of his principal aims became the reestablishment of control on the Eastern Georgia. Agha Muhammad Khan invaded Georgia in 1795. Russia did not help Georgians despite the above-mentioned treaty, and Agha Muhammad Khan's troops buried the capital city Tbilisi. But it was not the full victory, and Georgia still preserved its independence. Soon in 1797, Aga Muhammad Khan was killed. Georgian King Erekle II died next year. From 1799, Russian troops were stationed in eastern Georgia, and in 1801, after the death of the last king of eastern Georgia, Georgy XII, Russian authorities decided to abolish Georgian kingdom. Eastern Georgia became a part of Russian Empire. Prior to the annexation of the Georgian kingdom, the Russian representative at Georgian court, Kovalensky, dispatched his envoy Merabishvili to Iran in order to deliver Russia's official stance on the issue of Georgia. According to this position, Georgia had become a protectorate of Russia after the signing of Treaty of 1783. Iran had to come to terms with this fact and was expected not to harm good relations with Russia in this regard. In his reply to Kovalensky, Fath Ali Shah, new Shah, first vizier Haji Ibrahim wrote, "Georgia has never been Russia's dominion. Georgia belonged to Iran from immemorial time. Only Erekle managed to take it away from Iran, and you are well aware how severely he was punished for it. The treaty signed by Erekle with Russia has no validity. For instance, if any Russia's subordinate nations voluntarily decided to side with the Iranian ruler and signed a treaty with him, would such a treaty be valid? It will never be Russia's dominion. The throne of Iran is consolidated at present, and it has a ruler who does not intend to transfer the country's hands to others." Iran was trying to reach agreement with the Georgian king by bypassing Russia's representatives. This tactic seemed to explain the fact that while Kovalensky envoy was being delayed in Iran, the Shah dispatched his representative with the purpose of conducting confidential negotiations with Georgian king. Wait, sorry. Yes, in Georgia. Sorry. In 1799, before Berabishvili's return to Tbilisi, the Shah's envoy had an audience with the King Georgy XII and handed him an edict. The Shah demanded that the Georgian king acknowledge Iran's supremacy and send his son David to the Shah's court as a token of loyalty. The Iran's representative urged King Georgy to comply with the Shah's proposal or face invasion by Iran. At the beginning, Russia's authority even intended to preserve symbolically kinship in the eastern Georgia. In the first draft of the manifest issued by Russian authority was stressed that the kinship would be preserved and coins in Georgia would be minted in the name of Georgian king. But on the final version, it was stressed that there would be no king in Georgia. All members of Georgian royal family were disappointed by this decision. From their point of view, Russians did not respect the Georgiev's treaty. It is worth to note that Russian authority even intended to exile from Georgia all members of royal family and their close relatives and to settle them in different Russian provinces. Fath Ali Shah assisted the Georgian princes, including Alexander, in every possible way. He even granted the title of King or Wali of Gorgestan to another Georgian prince, Yulon. He also called on King Solomon of Imereti, West Georgian kingdom, to turn against the Russians. It is worth noting that there existed a Persian-Turkish joint plan of action against Russia in the South Caucasus. In August, but its implementation was impeded by the border dispute between Iran and Ottoman Empire. In August 1802, Princes Yulon and Parnaos, who had fled to Imereti, gathered troops and attempted to invade Katli and Kakheti, eastern Georgia. At the same time, the Iranian army approached the border of Yerevan Khanate. Iran officially declared war on Russia in 1804. The Iranian historian Nasser Najem notes the root cause of the Russo-Persian tensions was Georgia. He then goes to explain the incorporation of Georgia into Russia was unbearable for Iran, whose prestige had been severely damaged. This country had been considered tributary of Iran for centuries, and it could not just be allowed to join such an alliance. Georgian princes Yulon and Parnavas from western Georgia and Alexander and Teimuraz from Persia tried to organize the resistance of Muslim Khans of Caucasian regions, highlanders and the Georgian nobility against the Russian authority. By that time, however, the Russians had established a substantial military presence in East Georgia, and dislodging them was probably impossible. Iranian leaders continued to seek an alliance with rebel princes of Georgia. In May 1804, Prince Yulon was visited by the Shah's envoy, who informed him that the Iranian army was ready to advance on Georgia, and the Georgian princes had to prepare for battle. However, the rebel princes, Parnavas and Yulon, were soon captured and sent to Russia, where they passed the rest of their life. Prince Alexander, with the Iranian army on his side, engaged the Russian army under Tsianev. At the beginning, it looked as though the scales of victory would tip in favor of Alexander, but after the final battle at Echmiadzin, Tizianon emerged as a victor. Despite Tizianon's assassination, the well-equipped and better-trained Russian army managed to take over almost the entire East Caucasus. After the assassination of the Russian general Lazarev, supposedly by Mariam, the last queen of Georgia, Prince Teimuraz, the son of Georgi, fled to Iran. He remained in Iran from 1803 to 1810. Teimuraz was in direct contact with representatives of French military mission and was appointed commander of the artillery branch of Azeri regular army. However, he later fled from Iran and defected to Russia. He settled in St. Petersburg and attained great success in scientific activities. Prince Alexander, who was exiled in Iran, wrote to the Russian general Nesesev, who tried before to attract Alexander to Russia's side in August 1806, that French expected to help Iran by military forces. Alexander even intended to go to France and, with the help of French and Iranians, to expel Russians from Georgia and to restore kinship. During the Napoleonic Wars, the so-called Treaty of Finkelstein was signed between Iran and France. Iran had to turn away from England and allied itself with France over the central issue of South Caucasus generally and of Georgia in particular. One of the key points under the Treaty of Finkelstein was the restoration of Iran's supremacy over East Georgia. Napoleon pledged his support to Iran, albeit in an ambiguous manner. He would assist the Iranians after they dislodged Russia from Georgia and took over Tbilisi. However, only 65 days later, as a result of the peace treaty of Tilsit, France agreed to give Russia carte blanche in the East, which amounted to abrogation of the Treaty of Finkelstein. Under these circumstances, Iran redirected its diplomatic efforts back to England. Georgia still remained a vital issue for Kajaz at the negotiations between Persia and England, although England did not undertake any effective measures in favor of Iran either. Even after these events, Princes Alexander and Teimuraz sent two letters to Napoleon. These letters were in Persian and translated in French, asking him for help in the restoration of the Georgian kingdom. Of course, there was no answer from France. Prince Alexander continued to fight against the Russians and in the ensuing years as well. Following the establishment of the Russian rule, he became a leader of Georgia's pro-independence resistance and did not give up fighting until his death. In 1812, Prince Alexander's and other Georgian princes' objective was a revolt in Kartli and Kakheti and blocking of the Georgian military highway. Alexander received huge sums from Iran for preparing Eastern Georgian population for uprising against the Russian rule. The Kakhetian revolt in 1812 against the Russian domination, though eventually defeated, was a serious challenge to the imperial authority. By this, 3 minutes? Okay. By this time, peace talks between Russia and Iran had ended without success. A temporary truce expired, and Abbas Mirza decided to join forces with Prince Alexander in advance on Tbilisi to dislodge the Russians. But he was outstripped by the Russians. Alexander was forced to flee to Dagestan and later to Iran, where he stayed from 1819. In accordance with the old tradition mentioned above, the Shah gave him the title of the Wali of Gorgestan. Alexander died in Iran in 1844 and, according to some sources, is buried in Old Christian Church in Tehran. Under the Golestan Treaty, signed after the First Russo-Persian War, Iran surrendered its claims to Kartli and Kakheti, and this signaled an end of Iran's interference with political affairs of Georgia. After the next war of 1826-28, Iran conceded Russia's sovereignty over Georgia yet again under the Turkmenchai Treaty. The main question is how was perceived the future of Georgia by the members of the Georgian royal family. Are they intended to reach full independence from Russian Empire and Qajar Iran? In general, the answer is negative. Their main aim was the restoration of Georgian kingdom. Iranian side supported this idea of semi-independence of Eastern Georgia in the frame of the Safavid politics. Russian politics was perceived much more negatively because Russia did not respect the Georgiev's Treaty and abolished Georgian kingdom. In many ways, Iran at the beginning of the 19th century was much weaker than during the Safavid period in the 17th century. So Georgian princes expected that in the case of the Iranian victory in the war, Georgia would be much more independent and first of all, the kingdom would be restored. This expectation had no real basis because of the weakness of Iran, which was defeated twice by Russia. It must be stressed that Georgian princes, except Alexander, did not support Iran in the Second War. Well, I will finish here.
Okay,
Thank you.
Very interesting. I was looking for a book about the history of Georgia in English, and I couldn't find a really concise history of Georgia. So hopefully one day, maybe somebody in Georgia will write it in English for the world audience, because there are so many interesting things to learn about the history of Georgia and the region, of course, that is not generally known. Okay, so thank you very much, Professor Zanikidze.
My name is Irakli Pahava, and I represent Georgi Tsarteli Institute of Oriental Studies, Ilia State University. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Shotan Rustaveli National Science Foundation of Georgia, supporting my research in this case. So I'm dealing mainly with economic colonialism and monetary circulation in a relatively small state at the periphery of greater, one may even say, superpowers of the time of the period. I'm talking about the East Georgian kingdom of Kakheti. Actually, minting of native currency, in my opinion, can be considered as one of the principal aspirations of any independent government, at least in the modern age states, so-called nation state. The reason could be twofold. To comply with economic necessities like saturating the local or even, ideally the regional or maybe even international market with money, making some profit for yourself, for your treasury, and providing people, the population, with money. Actually, that means with store of value, units of account, and medium of exchange. And also to achieve some non-economic goals like dissemination of some bits of information, presenting yourself on an on a local level or maybe even international level arena, and also flattering your ego, the ego of the ruling monarch, by minting, striking money with the effigy of the ruling monarch. That means the control of the monetary market. Of course, controlling the monetary market could be affected by many factors, including the technical expertise available, coin metals provided necessary, absolute prerequisite to coin anything. You need to have the precious metals for coining silver or gold coins, or at least copper for minting, well, tiny, change. In some countries, even the tin coins were minted in Southeastern Asia, for instance. And also you have to exert a real political control over some territory to control its monetary market, ideally. But in case of a smaller state, of course, all these factors could be exerted by some external power, by the major superpowers having some aspirations to occupy, to conquer, to control that area, politically, in a military way, economically, first of all. So, the Kingdom of Kartkaheti, henceforward, for the easiness of perception, I'll abbreviate it with 3 Ks, KKK. It was created in 1744 due to the support provided by Nadir Shah, the religiously tolerant Persian leader, who allowed Georgian kings to ascend the throne in a Christian way, being Christians. Historiographic challenge, is particularly interesting, and my decision to case study the Kingdom of Kartkaheti was affected by, firstly, my personal interest in Georgian monetary history, numismatic history, and also by the uniqueness of the case, because South Caucasus was a region where the interests of 3 major superpowers of the time, of the period, intersected. I mean, the Russian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, still strong enough to have some ambitions, external, in terms of external policies, and the Iranian state, which became stronger due to the efforts of the Afshari dynasty, and then the Zands, Karim Khan Zand, and the Qajar dynasty. And also, that's a nice case study, I think, because Georgia, that East Georgian kingdom, was quite distinct, in terms of confession. The Russians were also, and still are, Orthodox Christians, but ethnically it's distinct, and it had its own distinct political elite and population having its own, presumably, national aspirations. So my goal in this case was to research the monetary circulation of the Kingdom of Kartkaheti, considering both external interferences and domestic aspirations. What kind of materials could we employ for this purpose? First of all, the surviving contemporary documents. Unfortunately, Tiflis was pillaged by Agha Mahmad Khan Qajar in 1795, and a lot of documents presumably were burned, but still some have survived and are available. The testimonies of contemporary authors, including the foreign travelers like Johann Güldenstedt, that famous Baltic German scientist working active in the Russian Empire and visiting Georgia, Tiflis in 1770s. The available data on single coin finds and hoard finds on the territory of East Georgia. And also the information we have about the local ore mining and ore smelting and metal smelting industries initiated by King Irakli Erekle II. From methodological point of view, I would prefer to focus on the meta-analysis of hoard data, if any. Because as far as it regards the single coin finds, they have only limited value, because those coins could be deposited locally maybe after 1801, after the annexation of the Kingdom of Kartkaheti by the Russian Empire, and so they do not always reflect the local monetary circulation, except for locally produced coins produced before 1801 and presumably which started to circulate locally right then. So the silver currency, as far as it regards the circulation of silver currency, it can be safely divided into 2 periods, and the breaking point was the monetary reform of King Irakli II in mid-1760s, when he introduced a new type of coinage with lighter weight, less oriental in terms of design and legends. There are numerous single coin discoveries, from dating to that period, well, presumably, and also testimonies which are more important of the contemporary authors, like they all state that the Persian type currency and actually the Persian coins of the Safavid, Afsharid, and Zand rulers of Karim Khan Zand were circulating here, as well the Ottoman coins, but not the Ottoman coins minted in Istanbul or in the central areas of the Ottoman Empire, in the core areas, but rather in the occupied regions of southeast Caucasus, the previously Safavid areas which the Ottomans occupied in 1720s. So they were operating the means at Tiflis, Ganja, Iravan, modern Yerevan, capital of Armenia, and Tabriz, Azerbaijan, southern Azerbaijan, so to say. As to hoard evidence, I'm presenting for the first time two still unpublished hoards. These are the only hoards we know reflecting the monetary circulation in eastern Georgia before the reform by Irakli II. They contain no Sidma coins, which were minted in Tiflis after the reform and due to the reform. So I'm pretty sure they were deposited locally before 1765. And as the youngest coins, the so-called youngest coins, the latest coins in those hoards date back to 1750s, actually, well, we can safely presume that they were deposited then. So we can conclude that in the first period before the reforms, the circulation locally was based on Persian Ottoman-style silver coinage with some admixture of the great Mughal rupees, which were brought here as a booty by Nadir Shah, who invaded India, and Irakli II, a young prince, was in his retinue, along with his small, well-command, group of soldiers, Georgian soldiers, who also supported Nadir Shah during this invasion. And what is really important, in my opinion, is that the Tiflis silver coinage did not enjoy exclusive status on the territory of the Kingdom of Katkaheti before the reform. But after the reform, the situation changed. We have 7 hoards available, and all of them, except for the only one, except for the Pshaveli hoard deposited in 1963, discovered in 1963, I'm sorry, they all contained exclusively Sirma Tiflis Georgian coins, started to be minted in Tiflis after the reform. So we can presume that the Sirma coinage on the territory of the Kingdom of Katkaheti was presumably even the sole legal tender, and not any other silver coins of foreign nations were allowed to circulate freely, or perhaps they circulated due to their precious metal content, silver content, but they were not considered a legal tender worth depositing. And also the Abazi denomination was the principal one out of 4 minted, because all these coins, they contain almost exclusively the Abazi denomination coins. As to gold currency, we have absolutely no hoard evidence and no single finds which can be safely dated to the existence periods, to the period when the kingdom existed. It's quite interesting that sporadically some gold coins were minted locally at Tiflis Mint in Tbilisi, actually, including the national gold shauris. One of them, the unique one preserved in Germany, in Berlin at the Bode Museum, is presented here. It was minted in the period of Georgi XII, the last king of Katkaheti. And it bears the date only according to Hijda, no Christian date, minted in Tiflis. Tiflis is written here in Arabic. So probably the limited finds, or basically no finds safely to be attributed to that period of gold coins, they reflect the limited role of gold in the national economy, a tradition inherited from the Safavid Iran era, when the use of gold was mainly restricted to essentially non-economic purposes like donatives for Nowruz celebrations, etc. And also, of course, higher value of gold precluded people to lose them accidentally, because you would not care about losing some small change, but not about a gold coin, actually. So, as to circulations, testimony by Johann Guldenstedt is particularly interesting. He stated that ducats, presumably Dutch ducats, called in Georgian okra, probably okro, gold in Georgian, were accepted readily, along with Russian Empire imperials, heavy gold coins. And here is a quotation in German. Russische Imperiale, georgische Tumani werden gern genommen. We have also, as far as it regards the Dutch ducats, we have the testimony by Prince Teimuraz. My colleague, well, the previous speaker has already mentioned him, how he defected first to Iranian side, then back to Russian side. He wrote an extremely interesting letter to academician Marie Félicité Brosset, in which he described the monetary market of the kingdom of Qathqaheti, and he was the son of the last kingdom of Qathqaheti, so he knew what he was talking and writing about. According to him, all the gold working at us in the kingdom was from Holland, and to a lesser extent was from Venice or was Ottoman, because the Ottoman gold was not poor and Georgians disliked it for that reason. And Prince Teimuraz's testimony is confirmed by contemporary documents. For instance, the testament of Anton II, Catholicos of Eastern Georgia, dated 1793. He had 44 gold coins, his property, his personal savings probably, and 87.8% of those gold coins were Bajarli. And also King Irakli, when he died in 1798, there is a list of his personal belongings, a very interesting one, and his personal savings were equal to 857 gold coins, the king, he was a king, and including 438 Bajarli golds. And those Bajarli golds were, I'm pretty sure, and has already been established by a colleague of mine, the Dutch ducats. That's the Turkish term in bajak, meaning leg. Bajakli is leggy. So this guy, this knight on the coin, has long legs, and the Turkish called it the leggy coin. And in Georgia, the bajakli, meaning high quality, high standard gold, and also excellent percent, bajaklukatsi, is also used even nowadays. And I'm almost done, only like 2 or 3 slides are left. As to the copper currency, well, as to the paper money, it was not printed locally, and the Russian Empire paper money was not accepted in Georgia. In the Russian Empire, they started to print paper money in 1760s already. So the Kingdom of Qathqaheti minted the coppers of up to 5 denomination, making its best to make as much profit as possible by employing the copper smelted at its ores in South Kathleen. And these copper coins, they surely dominated the local monetary market because the numerous single coin finds confirm that. And there are basically almost no imported copper coins found on the territory of Qathqaheti for that period. And why? Because it's a profitable business. We have studied this issue and established, it has been already established, that the profit of making a copper coin was equal to like 100 and maybe even more, 150% of the production costs. So investing, say, a coin, you would have been getting 2 more coins as a profit. And so that, of course, implied a ban on circulation of imported copper coins, because otherwise that would diminish that would oversaturate the local market and would diminish the income of the treasury. A king's fisc would affect his fiscal interest. And also the countermarking was, the system of countermarking was in use in Georgia. You see the countermark of King Teimuraz II, this is the letter T, his initial, and also this is the monogram of King Irakli II. This is the coin of Teimuraz, and it was countermarked, meaning that the original coin at some point of view was not considered to be a legal tender anymore. And the authorities demanded from the population to yield these coins to the mint to be countermarked in exchange for some fee, presumably. And then Irakli II continued the same practice. And he countermarked even the foreign coins. This isn't the Georgian coin. You see the dromedary, the dromedary animal here, and it's a copper coin of the Khanate of Yerevan. It's not a Georgian coin. And it was accepted evidently in Georgia provided that it had been countermarked first. And this coin is particularly interesting. You see the first countermark. This is the copper coin of Teimuraz, countermarked first by Teimuraz. And then after the demise of Teimuraz, his son Irakli II did not consider, ordered not to consider these coins with Teimuraz countermarks to be valid anymore. And they requested them to be countermarked once again. So it bears 2 countermarks, one on another. Well, the hoard evidence, we have only limited hoard evidence, not hoard evidence, I'm sorry, hoard evidence. That was discovered, well, it entered the museums in two portions, so to say. First discovered in 1906 and then in 1963. It comprised silver abazes of Tiflis mint and also copper coins of the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Katkaheti. But no coins, and of those two types, with two-headed eagle and one-headed eagle, Georgian coins, and also the Russian 5 kopek coins like this. But no previous type Georgian coins, no types previous to these two. And so I think that the Georgian kings of Katkaheti, they revived that system of renovatio monetae, meaning that the old copper types were banned, were prohibited from circulation, and the new ones were minted, and the population was forced to yield them. Yeah, this is the last but one slide. But I think that the Russian Empire coppers, well, having maybe a store of value function, they were not considered to be a legal tender anymore, because that would have really jeopardized the fiscal interests of the treasury. Though Yelena Sinitsina argued that the Russian 5 kopek coins circulated freely in the Baku Hanat. And summing up, the last slide, the national emissions of the Kingdom of Katkaheti certainly dominated the market, but in case of silver only after the reform, and in case of copper they also did that, though perhaps the Russian Empire coppers also circulated freely, but just one hoard doesn't constitute an evidence enough, sufficient evidence to draw any firm conclusions. But as far as it regards the gold, the imported gold coinage dominated the national market. Those were predominantly the Dutch ducats, despite the gold production and the domestic gold currency production in the country. So, despite the limited territory and population, internal and external threats, the Kingdom of Katkaheti managed to control its monetary market, due, fortunately for them and for us probably, due to establishment of national mining and ore smelting industries. And the Kingdom of Katkaheti was mostly successful in gaining profit by controlling the national and to a degree even regional monetary market. The other issue is that the Kingdom of Katkaheti failed to reap non-economical profits by controlling the design of their currencies to an extent. But this is another story. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting, although I don't know much about medieval coins. First, let's ask the audience, do you have any questions or comments?
Money is always interesting, you know.
Yes. Yeah. Probably, you must have some questions.
Here are my email addresses, my academia account, so if anyone is interested afterwards, I'm ready to be at your service.
Probably I'm new to the whole thing, but you're talking about Kaheti, and here we see Kartli and Kaheti.
This is the common translation. Well, it will comprise two provinces, Katli and Kaheti. Those were the separate kingdoms who were ruled by the two branches of Bagdationi family. But Teimuraz II, the representative of the Kaheti branch, due to the support by Nadir Shah, he managed to unite the kingdom, which comprised the whole of eastern Georgia, and, well, locally, well, on a local scale, it was an okay state, well, so to say, a relatively stronger and bigger state, and so it's called the United State of a Kingdom of Katli and Kaheti, or Katl Kaheti. It's the same. It's just different types of translation. Yeah, Katl Kaheti, yeah.
Instead of Katli.
Yeah.
Kaheti in Georgia.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's something. And the other thing was, did you say that these kingdoms of Kaheti, they minted coins with Arabic script and the year from Hijra?
Exactly.
Why? To make them widely circulatable?
That was one reason, but the other reasons were also the local monetary traditions. The East Georgian provinces were occupied by the Safavid Iran since the 16th century, actually. Okay, so they were strongly influenced by the Persian system, monetary system, and the Persian language, and well, Arabic, and also the local kings. They had no right to mint the precious metal coins in their name. it was okay to do so in Georgia with copper coins. And some predecessing Georgian kings did put their initials on copper coins, but not on the precious metal ones. And everything was really Islamic in terms of, well, as far as the silver and gold. Yeah, because of that influence. And also that was a diplomacy as well, because the silver and gold coinage was considered to be a prerogative of the Shah, of the sovereign. And so they preferred to stay on the safe side.
Yeah, if we had a book about a concise history of Georgia in English for everybody, I mean, yeah, it would be really good.
There's a prosperous bookshop on Dustavelli Avenue.
Yeah.
You may
So
try it.
maybe, yeah, I'll write to you.
Sure.
Yeah,
yeah.
So you can send me, yeah, I want to read more.
With pleasure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
한국어외대학교 축하드립니다. I am a representative of Ilia State University, but I'm really excited. I really wanted to join in person, but I hope that in the near future we can meet in person.
The connection, the internet connection is very good, so we actually feel as if you're here.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind support.
True.
Okay, I'm going to try to share my PowerPoint. Please bear with me. Hopefully there won't be any technical problems. Can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let me Okay, so I have been presenting, because my name is Soyoung Kwon. I have been presenting in the previous two conferences related to my major, which is computational linguistics. But this is kind of like a baby project for me. It's in the field of semantics. My master's was in semantics, and I developed a passion as I developed software to analyze or to generate natural languages. And I've been focusing on English, Korean. For Georgian, as I was teaching the Georgian students here, I tried to help them to create a very basic morphological analyzer and a part-of-speech tagger. But more and more as I researched, I thought that the field of semantics can really help in the field of natural language processing. So this is a very baby stage of my research. So what I'm going to present today is to introduce the notion or the field of presupposition and problems that it has, and several proposed theories. And then hopefully in the next conference I can bring my own baby product along with the software that I'm developing. So that will be my presentation. So first of all, the meaning to understand what presupposition is, because I noticed that many of the participants in this conference are from a different field, linguistics or history or politics. So I just wanted to give a brief introduction of what presupposition is. And so the meaning of a sentence can be categorized into two categories, assertive meaning and non-assertive meaning. And of course, presupposition, or we, in the field of semantics, we call it implicature, are the non-assertive meaning part. Or we can call it second meaning, or hidden meaning, or implicated meaning. So as you can see, in the natural language processing field, to grasp that hidden meaning is a huge task. So that's why I started to develop an interest in this. So semantic presupposition can also be categorized in a subcategory into semantic and pragmatic. So semantic presupposition defines presupposition based on the truth condition of semantics, and pragmatic presupposition defines based on the relation between a sentence and the context in which it is uttered. So mostly I'm interested in the second category, and that is to understand the meaning of a sentence. The hearer must know under what condition the sentence is true or false. So for human, we can grasp it right away from the context, but to teach the computer is a next level. But there is a problem in understanding presuppositions. Compared to simple sentences, the presupposition of compound sentence gets complicated. So the projection problem deals with the problem of how the presupposition of a complex expressions are determined compositionally as a function from those of its sub-expressions. So most of the compound sentences do not presuppose the sum of the presupposition of their constituents. The presuppositions can be either canceled or neutralized or accommodated. Those are the terms that we use in this field. And many different theories of projection problems can be applied to analyze. I took one sentence for an example, the following conditional sentence. So from now on, I'm going to be trying to introduce different hypotheses, theories to analyze several sentences. So for example, if Susan gives birth to a healthy baby, she will be proud of her baby. Now the cumulative hypothesis, which was proposed by Langenden and Sabin, would analyze the sentence incorrectly. Now this theory argues that the presupposition of a compound sentence is defined as the logical sum of the presupposition of its constituent sentences and those that are associated with the main clause itself. So the presupposition of the consequent clause, Susan has a baby, would become the presupposition of the entire conditional sentence in number one. And from the human brain, we can right away grasp that this is not correct. So Susan has a baby is not the presupposition of the entire conditional sentence. So this theory also has some flaws in there too. Now, Hartman also proposed three different categories how to solve this projection problem. The theory is called plugs, holes, and filters. Now, if we were to first learn about plugs, Hartman presents a solution to this problem by categorizing predicates, verbs, into three categories. And this plug verb contains verbs that are related to staying or performatives, such as stay, mention, tell, ask, that's what I listed there, all the way to blame, right? And these are predicates which block off all the presuppositions of the complement sentence. So for example, the sentence in number 2, Cecilia asked Fred to kiss her again. Now this sentence does not presuppose that Fred has kissed Cecilia before. Now in order to teach the computer that the fact that Fred kissed Cecilia before is not true because of the verb ask is another level that we need to teach using this plug theory. The holes theory, the category, includes factor verbs such as know, regret, understand, surprise, all the way up till be possible. Now this lets the presupposition of the complement sentence become the presupposition of the compound sentence. And this is another category that we can think of. So for example, I tried to come up with an example from 3A to 3F. So Fred has a wife, all the way to Fred has been beating his wife. I'm sorry about the examples, not that pleasant. Fred stopped beating his wife. Fred hesitated to stop beating his wife. It surprised Mary that Fred hesitated to stop beating his wife, and Cecilia knew that it surprised Mary that Fred hesitated to stop beating his wife. Now all through A through F, the presupposition that Fred has a wife does apply. It's effective. Okay? So the cumulative hypothesis works without any exception with these categories of predicates, as the presupposition of the complement clauses are preserved. So there are some predicates that allow the presupposition to be effective, as many complements you have in the sentence, and that goes into the wholes category. For the filters category, it contains logical connectives such as if, blah, 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 then, or either, blah, 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 or, that kind of format. These are predicates that cancel some of the presupposition of the complement under certain conditions. Now, so if we look at number 4 example, if Jack has children, then all of Jack's children are bald. Now, the presupposition of the consequent clause is filtered away. So the whole sentence does not presuppose that Jack has children because the antecedent contains the presupposition of the consequence, and presupposition becomes void. Okay? So this is the third category of how we can categorize different predicates and how the presupposition and its projection problem can be understood and to be able to teach to my software. Another theory that was proposed along with Partonen, Peters also joined in the research, is called the conventional implicature, and they analyze compound sentences with the inheritance condition means of the conditionals. The conventional implicature of the consequence is filtered out by the semantic relation with the antecedent. So as I mentioned from the Partonen's theory in the previous slide, with the is possible predicate, it was categorized under the whole category, right? So therefore, the presupposition of the complement sentences should become the presupposition of the compound sentences. But this case, number 5, does not apply. It is possible that John has children, and it is possible that his children are away. Now, this is like the counterexample of the theory or of the category of the wholes. So why is that so? And Parton and Peter explains it with formulas. I mean, semantics has a lot of formulas going on, but I just took one for today's presentation, not to bore people with all these formulas. The predicate be possible that we saw in the whole category is there in this example in number 5, right, as I showed you. But if this predicate is in the structure of possibly phi and possibly psi, okay, because the be possible was in that construction, then the counterexample happens, okay. It cannot be preserved. The presupposition cannot be preserved in the entire sentence. Likewise, the inheritance condition of conjunction is as the formula above. So here's the formula that was presented. And so E on top of A, it is possible that John had children should entail B on power of I. John has children. According to the inheritance condition, a speaker who utters the sentence 5 here, right, that we just saw, is committed to the claim that John has children. However, this is obviously false. A speaker who utters a sentence, it is possible that phi implicates that he does not know phi is true or phi is false. So all these kind of implicature and presuppositions, we as human brain can understand so easily because according to Chomsky, we have a human faculty in our brain. But in order to teach these knowledge to the computer to process any given natural language accurately is very difficult. And I personally believe that if I implement these theories into the software, it can really analyze a given not only a sentence, but a given text more accurately with a better understanding. So what I'm trying to say is if the natural language processing analysis or generation of a language goes beyond the sentence level, it can go into even a grammatical level. And then another theory was also proposed by Parton again, called the satisfaction of presupposition. And this theory says that the incremented context by the addition of the implicature of the antecedent clause automatically satisfies the presupposition of the consequent clause. Now this explains for the absence of a presupposition in sentence 1, the first sentence, example sentence that I gave in the previous beginning of the presentation. If Susan gives birth to a healthy baby, she will be proud of her baby. Now the definition of the satisfaction of presupposition in compound sentence is given here, and which is context X satisfies the presupposition of A just in case X entails all of the basic presuppositions of A. Okay? So hopefully it is kind of complicated, although we just naturally grasp that some presuppositions are true in a sentence and some are not. But if we put it into words, this is how it comes out, and it just takes time to backtrack and process our think process. But this would be the definition of the satisfaction presupposition. And so, to continue on with this theory, compound sentences with connectives include three major constructions, either conditionals, or conjunctions, or disjunctions. And if I were to give you just one example, I would try to pick on conditionals because our sentence number 4 was in a conditional construction. If Jack has children, then all of Jack's children are all. So according to the satisfaction of presupposition theory, sentence 4 can be explained with the condition B, which is context X union with A, that is Jack has children, satisfies the presupposition of B, which is Jack has children. And so the phrase in the condition satisfies the presupposition of is a relation between sentence and context. So Parton resorts to associating sentences with prior context of use in order to do away with the projection problem. And I think this is a very, very turning point of this field and study of the projection problem.
Okay, could you please wrap up already?
Okay, sorry, I'm almost done.
It's okay.
Okay, and then the cancellation theory of Gaspard is another theory, is the notion of presupposition of a potential presupposition, which is what a presupposition would be if there were no projection problem. Therefore, a compound sentence has all the presupposition of its compound components, but may not presuppose all of them. So, the cancellation theory of Gaspard would explain that the presupposition of the consequent clause in sentence 1 that I gave is not compatible with the context of the utterance. Okay, so also the presupposition with a hyphen of the consequent clause is not consistent with the presupposition of the entire sentence. Therefore, it's cancelled. And this is one process, the cancellation process. So 6b is a presupposition with a hyphen of 6a. If he was crying, then he regrets killing his father. So 6a implicates that he was crying is consistent with he killed his father, and therefore the first sentence presupposed the second sentence. And the second process is another example. If he was crying, then he regrets killing his father. Is the presupposition he killed his father is the presupposition of this number 7 sentence. If he killed his father, then he regrets it. But this sentence implicates that he killed his father, and it is not consistent with the presupposition of 6b. Therefore, the cancellation occurs here. So this is just a proposed presupposition, and Korean so that I can apply this to the software of natural language processing that I'm researching. That's it.
Thank you very much.
이학년 학생입니다. 일리아 국립대 학교에서 2년 전에 한국말을 배우고 싶습니다. 그래서 일리아 국립대 학교에서 2년 전에 한국말을 배우기 시작했습니다. 이렇게 중요한 기회를 주셔서 감사드립니다.
Thank you.
I will introduce now myself in English language. So my name is Tatia Sichinava. I am a second-year student in Ilyas State University. I study international relations. So my topic today is called Cultural Impacts of Colonialism, Russia-Georgian and Korea-Japan Cases. And this is the introduction of my today's presentation. The first topic I wanted to mention is the annexation of Korea by Japan forces and its outcomes. The second one is cultural impacts and main challenges of colonialism and fight for freedom of cultural values. And in the end, I will conclude all of this. So. To start with, the annexation of Korea by Japan forces and its outcomes. First of all, Korean annexation dates back to the earliest 20th century. It started when, in 1910, Japan forces invading Korean peninsula and take the country. In 1910 and 1919, there was subjugation period, dark period, when the Japan forces tried to assimilate Korean language and Korean culture. And after this was the March 1st movement, which led to the strong suppression of Korea by the Japan forces of Korean demonstrants. And the culture and main cultural impacts and main challenges of colonialism during this period was assimilation. Since Japan forces tried to assimilate Korean culture, their identity, their language, and they did them in many ways. So assimilation was the period when Japan took control of the country. I broke down this assimilation in aspects of language, public life, and culture. The first one was language. So many private schools were closed at the moment in Japan, and colonial authorities used their own school system as a tool for assimilating Korean language, and also school curriculum was modified and aligned to Japanese model. It was restricted to teach Korean language in schools. And the second aspect is public life, as Koreans were forced to adopt Japanese surnames, and newspapers also were prohibited to publish in Korean. Also, magazines were found. And after these magazines after March 1st movement, many magazines were found. For example, it was Chosunilbo and Dolganilbo, which spoke about the independence and cultural life of Korean people. And after this, several researchers conducted some researches about Korean culture and Korean traditions. So they new novels and poems in colloquial Korean enjoyed new popularity. Also, what is important to mention about public life is that Japanese arrested intellectuals, politicians, and religious leaders. So the next aspect was cultural heritage. As Japan tried to assimilate Korean language,
they burned about 200,000 books in Korean. They also removed the Korean history and many other artifacts for about 50,000 artifacts were moved to Japan. So it was the cultural aspect, and to draw the parallels with Russian occupation of with Georgia, this was the same period, and Georgia shares the same pain and same history about the colonialist period as Russia tried to invade Georgia in 1981 by annexation of Kartkakhetti Empire. So they annexed the Kartkakhetti Empire and they conducted some cultural events. So the Georgian language was banned at the time in Georgia. And at the time, magazines and newspapers were prohibited to publish in Georgian. Also, Georgian people were deprived of freedom, assembly, and freedom of speech also.
Okay, 2 more minutes.
And to conclude, Korean liberation was established in 1945 and after the surrender of Japan in World War II, Japanese annexation of Korea ended on August 5, 1945. And according to these cultural values and identity, which was the main reason why Korean and Georgian people formed their own independence, was their main driving force to surrender during the hard time of this annexation period. And the cultural and there were the cases when both Russian and Japan forces tried to implement their own imperial rules during the annexation period. And they and what should not be forgotten at the time is that both countries fought for their own culture and had the will to maintain their cultural identity. And in conclusion, I would like to say that the main core and the ideals which is driving force to all the society and all the people around the world is culture, and both Korean and Georgian peoples both Korean and Georgian people tried to survive during this period and share the same pain and same memories regarding to the colonialism. And the history of Korea and Georgia over the last 2 centuries was so tough. So with the help of their national spirit and their national spirit, they tried to maintain cultural values after the liberalization despite many changes, and kept their own cultural path and cultural journey towards the future until now. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was my presentation. And if you have any questions, you can ask.
Yeah, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you very much. You are absolutely right about the general thing. The oppressors did oppress the oppressed, and the oppression was horrible. But some of the details, especially about Korea, we should check them again, because during this period, between 1910 and 1940, Korean literature thrived. That's when they started writing modern poetry, which I have had the honor and pleasure of reading and translating into my own language, and I published a book in 1998. Now I think it's almost a quarter of a century ago. So this was actually a period of thriving, maybe because of the oppression, but Korean people did create a lot of their culture back then, and it's a period that is actually very, very important for Korean culture. They were oppressed and suppressed, they were in prison, some of the poets died in prison, we don't know even when they are buried, that's true. But this also, 1933 was the year when the modern Korean spelling, orthography, was created, was formalized. Yes. So yeah, this is also yeah. There wasn't only oppression. I mean, Koreans did create a lot of culture in this period. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for introducing me and my today's talk. So, as Zarina has already mentioned, I will be mostly focusing on Georgia's foreign policy. And the major kind of the argument of my presentation, of my speech, would be that in order to have kind of the comprehensive understanding of why Georgia behaves the way it behaves in its international relations, it's of utmost importance to understand the internal context of the country, or the domestic context of the country. So basically I will do my presentation in three different kind of the steps. So the first step would be just to demonstrate the empirical context itself. So what does it mean when you talk about Georgia's foreign policy orientation? The second step would be somehow to situate Georgia's case into the larger kind of the context of what type of the knowledge exists in the field of international relations when it comes to the foreign policies of small states like Georgia, and how Georgia is somehow, how Georgian case differs from the existing scholarship. And the third point would be kind of the empirical part, the major part, in which I will demonstrate why existing scholarship is kind of the non-sufficient in order to have clear or comprehensive understanding of the Georgian case. So the Georgia is the small state, we all know that, which is located, which historically has been at the crossroads of regional and global powers competition. The country regained independence as a result of the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and two kind of the simultaneous trends defined its foreign policy. On the one hand, Georgia's foreign policy was characterized with almost constant confrontation with its former metropole, in this case Russian Federation, and on the other hand, Georgia's desire to distance itself from this Russian sphere of influence or interest, and somehow more closely associate itself with European and Euro-Atlantic institutions of European Union and NATO. Arguably, it could be said that these two processes have affected and still continue to affect Georgia's foreign policy mostly. For example, when it comes to the Russian case, Russia, even in the beginning of the 90s, Russia supported separatist movements inside Georgia, which actually resulted in a formation of separatist enclaves in western and eastern part of the country. In 2006, Russia has imposed economic sanctions and embargo on Georgian products that somehow try to punish Georgia for its kind of the Western foreign policy orientation. In 2 years after that, in 2008, there was full-scale military confrontation between Russia and Georgia. This is this well-known August War, which lasted for 5 days and resulted in the occupation of the parts of the country. And nowadays, we have the situation when the Russian forces are stationed in 40 kilometers from the capital, Tbilisi, which definitely makes the Georgia security situation very vulnerable. But despite all these kind of the Russian attempts to stop Georgia's pro-Western or pro-European foreign policy orientation, country is still continuing its kind of march towards Western integration. Established kind of the knowledge when it comes to the foreign policy of small states argues that in a situation in which Georgia finds itself, Georgia should be better if it pursues more kind of the conciliatory or more appeasement policy towards Russia, and it abandons its quest to join NATO and EU. So actually, this is the well-known school of thought in the field of international relations. The school of thought can be termed the political realism school, which argues that the small states, which are especially vulnerable to external pressures, should understand their security situation really carefully, really well. And in case of Georgia, this argument goes, appeasing and bandwagoning with Russia is the only viable option in order to survive in this kind of the challenging security environment. But actually this position, and I will somehow try to argue that, is problematic in understanding Georgia's foreign policy choices and motivations, and the whole kind of the argument of my presentation would be that in order to understand why Georgia behaves the way it behaves, we need to open this black box of the state and look inside the state and see how the foreign policy, what are the foreign policy's implications for the domestic political, social, and economic context of the country. But before I go to that part, I would like just briefly discuss how the foreign policy of small states is understood in the field of international relations or political science generally. Actually, when it comes to the small states, usually the field of international relations has mostly overlooked the problem of the small states, and the discipline mostly focused on, traditionally it focused on the great powers, and the limited attention which was paid to the small states usually was under the umbrella of great power politics. But the limited number of studies which exist provide some kind of the basic assumptions when it comes to the foreign policy of small states. I will just briefly outline four kind of the key assumptions in the field of international relations about small states. The first assumption is that as far as foreign international politics is the arena of constant competition for power and influence among great powers, small states usually are relegated to the secondary importance, and their position of so-called capability deficit did not allow them to play important roles in international politics. So they are not subjects of international relations. Mostly they are objects, and they have the secondary roles in international politics. The second assumption is that as far as international politics is mostly about competition for power and security, this situation increases survival risks for small states. And this situation means that traditional security concerns, challenges usually dominate small states' foreign policy agendas. So they are mostly focused on survival issues. The third assumption is that because of the fact that survival is such an important issue for the small states have no other option rather than to be focused on their external geopolitical realities. You know, their foreign policies should implement their foreign policies in accordance with the geopolitical realities that the country faces. So this argument, in another sense, means that there is no space for domestic politics when it comes to the foreign policy of small states. So if you want to understand small states' foreign policy decisions and orientations, you don't need to open the Pandora box of the small state. All the information will be provided by external security situation of the country. And the fourth assumption is that as far as international politics is competitive and the small states are limited in their material capabilities, usually small states choose to bandwagon with threatening great powers rather than to oppose them. And this is kind of the scholarly consensus that exists in the literature. And the additional argument is that the tendency of bandwagoning with the threatening great power increases when small states are located in the close vicinity to the great power, which has offensive military capabilities, and which also, when small states lack credible allies who can defend it if the threatening great power decides to attack it. So this is kind of the scholarly consensus, but if you look at the Georgian case, Georgia's behavior contradicts what the scholarly consensus would claim regarding the Georgia's foreign policy behavior. So despite the fact that Georgia understands that the chances of joining NATO or EU are quite slim, and especially in short-term or mid-term perspective, still country is pursuing its foreign policy strategy, which envisions to distance country as much as possible from the Russian sphere of influence or interest. So what can explain this otherwise puzzling behavior from the perspective of established theories? And the major argument is that in order to understand why Georgia behaves the way it behaves, we should look at the importance which is attached to the foreign policy of the country from internal, domestic perspective. When it comes to the Georgia's foreign policy or Georgia's pro-Western foreign policy idea, usually this idea is based on three important pillars, which are quite interrelated ones. The first pillar is that Georgia is an European country, and it belongs to Europe. The second idea is that ultimate project of national importance is to modernize the country and the society. And the third idea is that modernization of the country and society is possible only through close association with the West and Western states and institutions. So this idea that Georgia is European country has been long present in political discourse of the country, but this idea gained much prominence after Rose Revolution of 2003, when new political elite argued that Georgia is not just only European country, but it's one of the ancient European countries, and its natural place is in Europe. And these last 2 centuries of European history was injustice that should be restored, and this kind of the Russian empires and then Russian Soviet Union's forcible removal of Georgia from its natural kind of the way of development is the historical injustice that should be corrected, and Georgia should go back to its historical roots, which are in Europe. And when we talk about Georgia's historical roots in Europe, we don't mean, of course, geographical kind of the factor aspects. Of course, first of all, we mean the cultural and value kind of the aspects of that assertion. The second idea is that Georgia, the number one priority for the country is to modernize itself. And when we talk about modernization, modernization is usually understood in strictly Western terms. So modernization means building strong, responsive, and representative state. In other ways, liberal democracy. Modernizing economy and education. So, and this idea of modernization is usually conceived in opposition to the Georgian Soviet and post-Soviet past, which is mostly viewed in kind of not modern, but mostly in pre-modern terms, meaning that Georgia, for example, in 90s, has been a classic example of the failed state, when the state was unable to perform its basic functions, when it was corruptive, when we had these patrimonial and neo-patrimonial institutions alongside formal institutions which we are not actually efficient, etc., etc. And also, if you look from this perspective, this modernization agenda dictates that if you want to modernize yourself, then Russia cannot be seen as your role model, because what Russia offers is absolutely the opposite way of development, you know, the way or the model from which we would like to distance ourselves. And the third is kind of the logical assumption that if the modernization is the goal, then definitely this modernization, achieving these goals is possible only through the close association with the West, not with the Russia. So this is actually how these ideas are linked to the foreign policy orientation of the country. And one important point is that these ideas are widely shared among the population. So I have looked at the recent polls by National Democratic Institute of the polls of March, in which 85% of the population of Georgia are supporting EU integration, and around 75% are supporting integration into NATO. The fact that this idea is so much supported inside the country means three things for Georgia's domestic politics. First is that this is kind of the cognitive map, in a sense that if we believe that the modernization and Europeanization is the only possibility for the country, then it definitely narrows foreign policy options. The second is that as population is strongly supportive of pro-Western ideas, governments, even ones which might not be very kind of comfortable with this idea, have no other choice other than to somehow to be responsive to the public attitudes. You know, for example, so one can argue that the public plays the role of night watchman when it comes to the pro-Western foreign policy ideas, and the public somehow will always try to resist government's attempts to reformulate or modify Georgia's foreign policy, and we have a lot of cases in our recent history. And the third very important aspect is that as far as political parties know that the population is supportive of these pro-Western ideas, they are all trying to demonstrate their loyalty to this idea, and usually this limits the space for pro-Russian political groups or pro-Russian groups, other groups. Of course, we have some pro-Russian groups in Georgia, but usually they are kind of marginal. Their impact is quite limited and marginal. So to conclude, and I'm running out of time, so the basic idea of my presentation was that geopolitics, on the one hand, geopolitics theoretically should provide good answers on the foreign policy of small states like Georgia, but in reality we need to we need to look deeper into the state and to see how internal context influences Georgia's foreign policy decisions. So that's, I had some other things to say, but I will stop here.
Thanks, Georgi, for this fascinating discussion and presentation. I press to the audience, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, or even the panelists will be happy to answer. No, if not, then I have...
So I have 2 more minutes, yeah? Okay,
yeah.
If the... Okay.
Sure.
You explained that...
Introduce yourself, sorry, and then...
Yes, Potar Bergen from Hamburg University of Foreign Studies. You explained that the public opinion and the choice of the Georgian public for a pro-Western direction is so strong, 80%, 85% people support it. How much actual clout or leverage does it have over the government? How much do you think it really controls the government?
Oh, it's a good question. You know, actually, when it comes to the role or influence of the public opinion, I think that the Georgian history is full of the cases when voice of the public really mattered, starting from 2003 Rose Revolution, which actually was popular uprising against the government. The recent example, I think it would be this Russian Duma June events when the current government invited Gavrilov, and we call this Gavrilov night, when Russian Duma representative member of the parliament has been invited to the Georgian parliament, and it resulted in a huge protest from the Georgian society, and of course before this Ukrainian case, and it resulted actually, the outcome was that the speaker of the parliament has been removed, etc., etc. Of course, we understand that the Georgia is not liberal democracy. You know, if the Georgia being liberal democracy, these questions would not be of relevance. But still, even in the countries of so-called hybrid regimes, or even in countries of authoritarian regimes, public still plays a role, and especially when this public is the majority, you know. And also, there is one important question, is that besides public, the political opposition really understands the political significance of the country's foreign policy. So, for example, usually if there is the need to mobilize the public for demonstrations, etc., etc., usually political opposition or other civic representatives of civic society usually do this mobilization part. So Yeah, I would say that this is an important factor. And no government, even if the government has kind of believes that the pro-Russian way of pro-Russian foreign policy is more kind of the rational or strategic or kind of the better option for Georgian foreign policy, no Georgian government can do this without high political risk for its own regime. So that's the reality that we have at the moment.
Excellent. That was a very comprehensive answer. If there's any other questions, we are ready to take them from the audience. If not, then I have one question. Georgi discussed that our foreign policy is based, and our main priority is the Euro-Atlantic integration, and it is largely supported by the Georgian population. But there could be the obstacles, quite our geopolitics, our neighbors and their aggressive policies, and we witnessed several times their attitudes and their aggression in Georgia. And it's clear that they will put all the obstacles to hinder this path. But I was wondering how you think, what could be the problems in the local politics that can hinder this path and this prioritized policy of Euro-Atlantic integration, considering that given the fact, as you mentioned also, it might be a difficult process and chances might be slim.
Okay, internally, I think that what we are observing in the Georgian politics, especially in recent years, is that we are observing that pro-Russian political parties or pro-Russian groups are trying to become kind of to gain some political influence in the country, but still I believe that at the moment their influence is not very strong, and they are mostly playing mostly marginal roles, but it doesn't mean that the situation cannot be changed. So in that sense, I believe, of course, geopolitical factors are important. I don't argue that the geopolitics is not important, but in case of Georgia, only geopolitics cannot provide answers why country is behaving the way it behaves. An additional issue is also the fact that this Ukraine's now Russia's aggression against Ukraine also somehow strengthened inside Georgia the perception that the Russia is an aggressor, you know. So while maybe we have forgotten this our 2008 war experience, and actually all this started with Russia-Georgia war, Russia's kind of the first military aggression started with Georgia. The Ukrainian case somehow made all this time still alive, and to remind us that the Russian way of development or association with Russia means very bad things, you know. So I think that, of course, there are some groups which would like to shape or reshape Georgia's foreign policy, but it won't be an easy task. So I am more optimistic in that sense.
Absolutely, thank you very much. This is excellent.
How it works, and start my presentation. It doesn't work. No, I will use it. Yeah, thank you. So my research, the title is What Works Better, Internal or External Source of Secessionism, and the arguments will be tested on the cases of Abkhazia and Crimea. So it doesn't work. Neither. None of. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this one.
Yeah, and below.
Okay, and below. Okay, thank you very much. So, in my research, I tested the Janie Siderman-Lowy theory, which investigates the factors of secessionism, and they try to answer the question, why do some minorities claim extreme demands while the others pursue some moderate goals? And it is very necessary to identify the conditions that predispose minorities to abandon peaceful means in favor to separatism. It is it's significant that when minorities pursue the goal of getting independence or territorial autonomy, they always use violent means. And it's important now to evaluate what is the degree of political demobilization against the center. And they usually use the demands against the center, and they use these demands as a bargaining tool. And this is actually the key, it's in green, the key statement of the theory. It has to be mentioned that the group should be strategically powerful. What does it mean? They have to be mobilized around the extreme demands, and it has to be measured what is the institutional position of a minority, and if they have a relative power vis-a-vis the center, it's unlikely that they radicalize its demand. But as soon as they get some significant instrument against the center, they try to radicalize their demand. So, and this instrument can be either the outside patron or the weak central state institutions. And then the leaders, they can make more extreme demands than in the other cases. So what are the sources of strategic power? They can be either internal and external, and the internal traits are the compactness, geographic, the territorial concentrated groups justify their claims for independence on the basis of their homogeneity in a particular region. Central state institutions is another internal trait when the ethnic minority tries to press the claims at any sign of the weakness of central institutions. Now, the institutional sources are very important. Autonomous institutions, political or economic, they are used for the ethnic groups to mobilize easily and press their claims against the center. But here should be mentioned one more thing, that why institutions are so important. Even these institutions are just on the paper, the minorities can use these unfunctional institutions. And the case of Soviet Union and the social republics that became the sovereign states are stark example of it. So even the sovereignty written on the paper was a very good reason to press the claim for the independence. The same was done by the minorities in the region, and autonomous institutions are very helpful for them to achieve the goal. So, and the political economy is another internal trait, and here we also have two contradictory arguments. One is said that advanced groups, they try to separate just because they do not want to subsidize the poorer regions. But on the other hand, and other scholars, they say that the backward groups, they feel themselves discriminated, deprived from political or economic fields. That's why they try to get independence and pursue their independent existence. Very interesting and important source. This is an external source that has two types: outside states organizations or interest groups that provide military or political support to the minority, and external national homelands that threaten to intervene on behalf of minorities against the center. So now here we have the main concepts of the theory, and they state Geographic concentration is very important, and the majority on the territory means that this group is more prone for radical claims. All else being equal, minorities with the legacy of political autonomy, they are more likely to mobilize easily and get the support from the ethnic followers. If there is a great, bigger economic difference between a minority and the state, this also becomes a factor for mobilization. Minorities also easily mobilize if they are the subject of political or economic discrimination. And the last, which is the external source, this is the minority with outside patronage that should be more likely to advance their extreme claim. Now, let's move to the cases, and we have the case of Abkhazia, which is the Autonomous Republic of Georgia. Now let's assess the internal sources. Do you see on the board, on the monitor that what is the ethnic composition? What was the ethnic composition of Abkhazia at the end, by the end of 1980s? This is they were in minority. Georgians were in majority. Armenians follow the Abkhazians and the Russians. But the first concept saying that if on a territory there is a majority of the ethnic group, they claim and press claims more radically. The case of Abkhazia is a crucial case just because it shows that minority can also press their claim if they have something that is more important than their demographic amount. So politically and economically, Abkhaz ethnic always dominated in the region, and even demographically minor, they were politically and economically major, which meant that autonomy was, at the same time, I had to mention that Abkhazian autonomy always was ruled directly from Moscow, and the Abkhazian political elite got the benefits from Russia, from Moscow a lot. That's why they were the competitors of the host state political elite. That's why they were the problem always was tensed about the finances of the Georgia itself or the autonomy. The autonomy was industrially and infrastructurally well developed and definitely belongs to Hector's advanced group category. So how about the central institutions? Early 90s, Georgia declared independence and transitioned to democracy. That was crucial for Abkhazian political elite, which meant that democracy is a popular election, and that is the fear of losing the privileges they had during the Kremlin time. And at the same time we had the civil war and the change of the governments, which meant that the instability politically and economic devastation, and that was the very good signal for the Abkhazian political elite to mobilize their followers. External force, that's Russia, the Russian bases on the in the region, they were very good, a very good source for giving to the Abkhazians the arms, and they financed them anytime. And after the conflict eruption and the start of the negotiations, Russians played the role of the moderators every time, though tacitly and afterwards in a hot phase they supported Abkhazians more than Georgians. Here is the Crimea situation. Crimea, you see the figures. The titular ethnos of Crimea, Tatars, they were almost eliminated in 1959 because of the repression and deportation. Political situation, political economy in elite interest perspective is this. We have two major ethnic groups. These are Russian or Russian speakers. These are the Russians and the Ukrainians. These two ethnic groups that act as one actor, and they are dominating ruling group in the peninsula. So they're even a year earlier, before the Russia identically united Crimea with the Russia, the scholars thought that it was impossible just because the interest of the Russian speakers were not separation of Crimea from Ukraine because of the competition with Russian business. Tatar minority interests that are different. They want to have a specific role and be a bridgehead for negotiations with authorities in the autonomous region and Kiev. And the Kiev uses the Crimea as a issue to mobilize the followers in the parliament, or to compete with the opposition, or to negotiate with the different parties. Now, the weak institution, the early 90s, it was weak, but by 2014, the Ukraine was not that weak as it was just the beginning, just after the dismantle of Soviet Union. So external sources, Russia has the had always the geopolitical interests and geostrategic interests in Crimea. But besides these, good relations with Ukraine was a fundament to keep the Crimea in the borders of Ukraine and don't touch this balance that existed in the region. But everything changes in 2008 when NATO Bucharest session starts, and there is a fear of Moscow of NATO enlargement, and including Georgia and Ukraine inside. That means that after that, just say overnight, Crimea is in hands of Russia, and in a month there is a referendum, and the outcome of referendum is a irredentism of Crimea and becoming the Crimea a part of Russia. So now let's see, what do we have? Internal and external sources of secessionism, how they work, and is the theory correct in cases of Abkhazia and Crimea? Let's move back to the concept and see. The first concept does not work because despite the different demographic situation in Crimea and Abkhazia, opposite, let's say, the greater economic differences, there was no great economic differences. That's why this is not the reason for the secessionism. Minorities could mobilize because of discrimination, but Slav ethnos was not discriminated at all in Crimea, and Abkhaz were dominating ethnos in Abkhazia. That's why this, the fourth concept also doesn't work. The only concept that works, this is that when ethnic group has political autonomy, they mobilize easily around the extreme demands against the center. And the last one, the patronage outside. And here is my last question and the conclusion. So the theory says that the ethnic minorities use the demands against the center as a bargaining tool. But and the minority with outside patronage, and this patronage can be used as a bargaining tool. Now here is the question: is the kin state a bargaining tool for the ethnic group, or ethnic group in the adjacent state is a bargaining tool for the kin state to influence decision making of the host state? So this is the rhetoric question right now, and the new question for the new research. And this is actually the end of my presentation. I am sorry.
That's fine. Thank you, Nina. So, are any questions from the audience that we can collect and ask Nina? If not, then I have one question. I agree that the case of Georgia really deviates from the theory of geographic concentration because Georgians were a majority, while in political terms, ethnically Abkhazians were overrepresented in social and political structures, but that can't be really the case in case of Crimea because, as you showed, the percentages of ethnic composition, Russians are majority. Ethnic Russians are majority. But here comes my question about the timing of conflict. In case of Georgia, we had these early phase during the independence early periods, both in South Ossetia and Abkhazia, and later on in 2008, and you mentioned also Bucharest Summit and NATO integration, and more later on in case of Ukraine, that from the beginning of democratization seemed quite peaceful, and I would say the most advanced because in 1990 they had the first peaceful power transfer following the parliamentary elections. So, do you have any ideas or opinions why this is the different timing in case of Georgia and Ukraine? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, this is the point of the research and the presentation. First of all, let's start with the demographics. So, according to the theory says that the majority of the region is more prone to the secession. As for Abkhazia, we have the minority in region, and still the region is prone to secession. So here is the difference. I would say that not only demographic majority means, but means the political and economic majority. Who is in power that defines what kind of bargaining tool could be used. One. And the second thing about the timing of the Russia's aggression towards Georgia and towards Crimea. As for Georgia, the process started early, and it started, the ontology was totally different compared to Crimea in Abkhazia rather than in Crimea, which meant that the ethnic tension that existed always, even during the communist regime in Georgia, with in terms of Abkhazia, none of the ethnic tension is observed in Crimea. The only problem that could tense the situation in the peninsula, according to the scholars and scholarship, is the economic situation and economic issues. So the people could uprise not because of ethnic interaction, but because of the corruption, because of the financial problems and living standards. So the timing for Abkhazians was very good because at that moment actually the Georgia was very weak state, and somehow the theory looks quite valid. But in 2008, Georgia's state was not that weak, even say that we had the strong institutions, some institutions even very strong. So, but my point is that it doesn't matter the state has weak institutions or the strong institutions, and the state has the problem with region or it doesn't have. The problem is the continuation of Georgi's presentation. This is the foreign policy, not of the small state, but of the big state. This is the foreign policy saying that all these countries, which are countries but not the states, are of the backyard of the Russia. And as soon as there is a problem with losing the influence in the backyard, they made this military forceful attack towards these countries.
학생입니다. 제가 한국어를 관심이 있어서 작년에 한국어를 배우기 시작했습니다. 이 이벤트에 참여할 수 있는 기회를 주셔서 감사합니다. 지금부터 연어로 계속드리겠습니다. Now let me introduce myself in English. I'm Thamna Kokaya, a student, third-year student of International Relations at Ilia State University. And now I will start with my presentation. The topic of my research is divided Korea and Georgia causes and consequences. So today I will touch topics such as Korean War, which caused the division, and also the consequences of this division. And in second part, I will talk about 2 cases of separation in Georgia and also about consequences following it. And at the end, there will be a little sum up to indicate more clearly the parallels between these events. And now let's start with the division of Korea. Korean War, conflict between the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, which is North Korea, and the Republic of Korea, which is South Korea, reached international proportions in June 1950, when North Korea, supplied and advised by the Soviet Union, invaded the South. The United Nations with the United States as a principal participant joined the war on the side of the South Koreans, and the People's Republic of China came to North Korea's aid. The fighting ended in July 1953, with Korea still divided into 2 hostile states. The battle ended in a truce, but there was no permanent peace treaty. As a result of the war, a well-armed border was created, which is still carefully guarded by both sides. The war deepened the Cold War and extended the Cold War beyond Europe. Now I'm moving to the consequences, so I would like to mention that after the war, both states were declared autonomous. However, North Korea continued to rebel against the autonomy of the southern state, attacking it both from land borders and from the air. The consequences of the division of Korea for the South Korean state include a series of attacks by Korean troops, the democratization of the South Korean economy, and series of attacks by Korean troops, and the domination of the territory of foreign states, including Japan and the United States. And now I will move to the cases of division in Georgia. Despite the fact that the official date of the division is 2008, the prerequisites for this division bear the beginning long before. There is the first case of division, the Georgian-Abkhazian War of 1992-1993, in which ethnic Abkhazians effectively took northwestern Georgia out of Tbilisi's control. It is a conflict largely forgotten in the West, despite its resounding resurgence in August 2008. Ethnic tensions between Abkhazians and Georgians were necessary but not sufficient to cause conflict. It took Russia's involvement in the preparations for the conflict to turn tension into something more. Russia's role in ending hostilities means that the cause and effect relationships of the conflict remained frozen, only to be brutally solved 15 years later. The second division, South Ossetia, was an autonomous province of the former Soviet Republic of Georgia. It declared independence in 1990, and armed conflict with Georgia ensued in 1991-1992. The conflict culminated in 1992 in a de facto cessation of South Ossetia and an agreement that established a ceasefire, a peacekeeping force with Ossetian, Georgian, and Russian peacekeepers, and the framework of quadripartite negotiations involving Russia, Georgia, South Ossetia, and North Ossetia. In August 2008, armed conflict broke out between Russia and Georgia concerning the status of South Ossetia, a breakaway region of Georgia. The conflict has since become known as the 5-Day War. Tens of thousands of people were displaced by the conflict. The conflict separated South Ossetia and Abkhazia from Georgia, and now they have separate governments unrecognized by most countries. The Georgian law on occupied territories of Georgia adopted in 2008 criminalizes and prosecutes entry to Abkhazia and South Ossetia from the Russian side without special permission and allows only economic activity in the two territories that are in accordance with it. Now to summarize, let's draw some parallels between the division of Korea and Georgia. If we want to talk about the common features of the facts of separation, then first of all it should be noted that the conflicts that provoked it occurred in the same century. And it can also be noted that both conflicts did not pass without the participation of outside parties. In the case of Korea, as I mentioned earlier, the Soviet Union, the USA, and China. And in the case of Georgia, it's Russia. And of course, when we are speaking about conflict consequences, immediately come to mind. If we are talking about a conflict, then there are always facts of harm to the countries that participated in it, and they are different nature, both material and political. The division had a strong effect on the separated countries, and this can be seen from the different development of the divided parts of them. But the situation in Georgia and Korea has its own differences. As main difference, we can highlight that Russia is still a key factor in designating Georgian territories, but in Korea, third parties are not included so much as in Georgia. That was all about my topic. And since I'm from Abkhazia, during the presentation I tried to be as politically correct as I could. And thank you for your attention.
That's really nice. Thanks. That was excellent historical overview of those conflicts. Is any question? I think we have a very shy audience. All right, if I may ask one question. We spoke about more external factors of these conflicts and how the geopolitically interested actors are involved and manipulate certain weaknesses within the countries, right? What's your impression? What was the driving forces within these countries for these conflicts, either in Korean case or in case of Georgia?
So, as I mentioned, the United States had a real big. It was invaded in Korean conflict, and in Georgian conflict there was Russian involvement. And
yeah, I understand.
So I think that the countries will wanted this involvement, or else there will not be such situation.
Okay.
Thank you. So we have here the concluding.
First of all, can you hear me?
Yes. Of course, we hear you well.
Great, and you see also my presentation, right?
Of course, we do.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I would love to be with you physically in that space. Unfortunately, I'm not in Georgia, and this is the reason. This is the reason why I missed two very interesting panels, and I have to underline that I unfortunately was not able to attend your presentation because it's also about the democratization or what lessons we can learn from Korea. By the way, it was quite surprising for me, and I learned a lot also from Tamuna's presentation, that sometimes the cases who at the first sight seem not to be comparable or at least far from each other still can provide quite interesting insights and interesting information. And that's actually, that was the curiosity or kind of push for me to take two countries and especially to look at specific event in the history of both countries. This is the structure of my presentation. The subsequent and the paper which will follow will be also more or less structured in this way. I will not go into details, of course, because of the time constraints, but first I will tell more about the events I mentioned, why I've selected these two events, and then I'll try to embed the empirical information, what we can extract from these two events into existing, let's say, theoretical framework. Once again, I have to underline that yes, Korea and Georgia independently present very rich cases, very invaluable cases for political studies, because yeah, indeed, both countries went through foreign policy, foreign actors or great powers or big powers or whatever. There was also discussion in several presentations during the conference for the involvement from these external powers into their domestic politics. They have been occupied, they have been partly and still are unfortunately facing this separation problem or the problem of division, national and state division. And then we have lots of cases in, if we turn towards the modernization, economic transformation, social transformation, and last but not least the democratization, right? Of course, Korea is currently regarded as a full-fledged, consolidated democracy with a very strong and efficient state, very dual, industrialized economy, very transformed and modern, let's say, society. And Georgia is not. But what Korea has been in the past might be quite interesting also for us to understand and see, as your presentation also says in the title, learn certain lessons. But it's also important for this for political studies. It has not only practical importance, but it has an immense, great potential for comparisons in the sake of political study to enhance our knowledge about all the issues, all the disciplines or sub-disciplines I mentioned in political science, in particular in our case about the democratization. Now why I focus on these two events? Because I wanted first of all to have something which was not big and which could be dealt in the frame of this 15-minute presentation and follow up 10 or 15-page paper. So I selected two cases of social uprising, or we can call it also the political participation of masses, or the mass emancipation or inclusion into politics. And these two events, and there have been many other events, many other revolts in the history of Korea and Georgia, but these two events have, I would say, immense political implication, and that's, I would like to underline the word political. In 1987, June uprising happened in Korea. People dissatisfied and angry about the government's decision to stop negotiation with the opposition about the transfer or the transformation or the transition, towards the and the change, the transition towards the direct election of the president. Before that, the president was elected by the electoral collegium, separate institution. So actually, it was about empowering the people through giving them the direct voting right. And when the government decided to, let's say, distance itself from the promises and stop actually the negotiations, so people went to streets, and after tens of thousands of people participate in series of demonstrations across all countries, sometimes even reaching the number 1 million, more than 1 million. And at the end, in my paper it is more outlined, of course, all the details. At the end they reach the political outcome, and the government agreed to open up the political system, even though the governmental candidate won that particular presidential elections, but it's paved the way towards democratization of Korea. And as I said, today Korea is a consolidated democracy. Of course, with lots of problems, as any democracy across the globe, but it is a functional, institutional functional democracy. In case of Georgia, 2003 revolution, again the people went to streets because there was a political issue, and there was the falsified elections of 2003 parliamentary elections. When angry people went to the streets, actually they managed, together with the political opposition, of course, to achieve the regime change. To achieve the regime change while the president, at that time, President Shevardnadze, even though it was not the subject of the discussion of the subject of his anger was not the presidential power, but nevertheless the president took the responsibility and resigned. So it paved the way for regime change in the country. And then, to a certain degree, as we know, all this modernization process started in Georgia. It has provided and achieved certain results in terms of increasing the state capacities, but of course there were some failures in terms of participation, inclusion of political actors into politics, and to call it very simply, straightforward about the quality of democratization. So my question, when I was reading the secondary literature and academic literature, by the way, I have to underline it's logical, of course, that there are lots of sources available about Korea, and there are very few systematically and structurally well-founded articles about the revolution. Even though we Georgian think that everything is explored here, but it's not the case. Well, while I was looking and reading this literature, it became very interesting for me, and as we know from the corresponding debates, academic debates, that social forces have not always have political implications. But my question was, and maybe it resonates also what Iubile was referring about, the political and bottom-up processes like the social contribution into politics. So my question was, when the social forces enter politics, when the masses or the big chunks of the people decide to become active in politics, and the second question was, when this has a political end. Or to frame this differently, is it really sufficient for social forces, for masses, social actors, civil society to enter the politics? Is it sufficient condition to change the politics? So here really, it's a very superficially summarized my general findings. My general findings say that social forces enter politics when the regime type enables them to do so, and it should be a semi-open system. Under the strict authoritarian system, it's simply not possible. And we see that in 1987, prior to 1987, Korea was open, slightly but still open. It was not an authoritarian type of state. It used to be back in the 60s, 70s. Now there were different ways of authoritarian closure in Korea. And then Georgia was also not an authoritarian regime. It was a semi-democratic or semi-open system. The second condition is that state and society have to be more or less in balance towards each other. The equation of the state-society relationship should be not biased in one or another direction. In the case of Korea, we have a strong efficiency, I've already mentioned this, but at the same time, and it is curiosity of the strong state, by the way, because this strong state actually contributed, the strong state actually managed to modernize society through economic reforms, and through that, unintentionally, probably created strong and diversified society. Actually, by 1980s, Korea was quite diversified, with strong movement of students, journalists, very strong middle class presentation, worker unions, and so on and so forth. In case of Georgia, the situation is quite a bit the opposite. However, the balance is the same. Weak state and weak society. So the society was not strong. And being the same society in Korea, most probably they would not even dare to go to streets and protest. However, the Georgian state itself was also weak. And therefore, this rudimental, the first step making civil society organizations, NGOs as we call them, managed to overcome the, let's say, managed to limit the state to a certain degree. And they were able to go to streets and they show voice their anger. And the third very interesting, maybe not so much the main, let's say, subject for my investigation, but nevertheless, it was also interesting to look at external conditions matter a lot. In case of Korea, it was the time of end of Cold War, and it meant that the United States started also slowly departing from this approach that it is important stability, it does not matter who is in power. So tolerating dictators. So the United States slowly started preferring democracies or democrats among their friends. In the case of Georgia, it was 1990s, and they call it zeitgeist. It was a spirit of democracy in the war, which means in the case of Georgia that there were lots of international organizations, donors, and the general, as I said, spirit, understanding, favoring the participation and activization of citizenship, citizen understanding of their activities. However, my next question is maybe more important for politics. When the social movements, when the social actors, when this intrusion, emancipation of all political or the ordinary citizens have political aims, can have or produce political outcomes. And here again, there are three potential prerequisites. First, there should be political actors. Social actors are important, but they are not sufficient. There should be political actor like a political opposition. And we had in Korea political opposition. 1985, a new political opposition was created, and this party managed to win, not to win, but to get certain considerable number of seats in the parliament. And in Georgia, in case of Georgia, we had the United Nations movement. And that party, again, also managed to win elections, 2002 elections, local, even though local elections, but still symbolically very important elections, showing to the people that we can, yes, we can beat the country. The second moment is that, and here the society comes back, the second moment is important that the coalitions must be built between political actors and the social actors. And we see that in case of Korea, there was a distinct coalition between very diversified, as again, underlying again, social actors and very strong emerging political opposition. In case of Georgia, there was no strong, diversified, organized civil society, but nevertheless, we saw and we remember that there were also non-official coalition building, but nevertheless cooperation between the ruling party, small oppositional groups, journalists, media outlets, and the NGOs, non-governmental organizations. But last but not least, there's a big debate about civil society, of course, and I'm very proud, very fond of civil society, and very personally on the value side welcome the active citizen involvement in politics. However, I still believe that, and that's what I read also from many materials I had an opportunity to look at, the political actors at the end negotiate political ends. That was the case in Korea, where this managed transition happened, managed opening, and that was the case also in Georgia, when, as I already mentioned, the president decided to resign. And the conclusion, I will not repeat the first two statements, that regime type and state-society relations matter, that external conditions are also maybe not directly but still favorable. But as for the avenue for next or the future research, I guess that it's interesting to look at about the role of social actors, whether or not their role is more important, not in enabling breakthroughs, but consolidating the outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was fascinating explanation and comparative analysis of Georgia and South Korean political changes, how evolved. Also speaking about diffusion effects, political elites and structural conditions. Thank you very much.